One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Mood 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horrorphilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of moods and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 96 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Mac Daddy with the artificial flavoring on top, M-double-O-D to the Z, but you can just call me Moods. And of course, we have the man who loves to argue for the sake of arguing in the house, Double Shot J, also known as JP. And of course, we have the man that will even give a 10 out of 10, even though he points out the flaws in the film, the man from B-Town, Mr. Derek. What is going on, boys?
Hey, what's going on, man? I got a new
actually had to kind of pause there. I almost started laughing.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, the 10 out of 10 Derek. Yeah, for sure.
Our fucking Hall of Fame is just filling up, man. I'm serious.
Did you see it?
I'm serious, man. I was talking to my boy the other day, and I was like, man, we really got to start doing franchises again, because the Hall of Fame is just, it's getting so big compared to the Hall of Shame, or the Hall of Pain, and I don't know why I said Hall of Shame, but man, we got to get. I mean, and then of course the Amityville franchise got brought up yesterday, and I was like, man, that would be so perfect, because out of like 14 films, I'm pretty sure like, you know, maybe 12 would be in there.
Dude, there's 26 in the Hall of Fame, and only 12 in the Hall of Pain. Also, there hasn't been an inductee since the Howling episode.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think we've had one since like the last franchise, whatever. So it's been way too long. I miss kind of ripping on films like that.
I do too. I just gave Dave and Brandon shit for picking all good films all the time, and Dave never wanting to do anything bad. And here we are. We haven't had a seriously bad stinker in tons and tons of episodes.
And it's going to be a long time before. I mean, with those guys, they only do trilogies. They're not as hardcore as we are, and willing to do like 9-10 film franchises. So, you know, with that said, you know, most trilogies don't have like the worst of the worst in there. It's usually the later on sequels, so who knows? Like, I mean, I can't see theirs getting that big either, but I don't know, man. Amityville would be the fucking icing on the cake, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's actually on the docket for next, I guess, season, once we go into the... I don't even know. We need to one day sit down and figure out, like, where each season starts and ends, just so we kind of have... I don't even know. What are we on, season, like, 4 or 5 by now?
We were keeping track at one point, and then we kind of lost it. I think it's because, like, we take these breaks. We did a couple
of those summer shows, too, that was, like...
Yeah. Which we would consider to be, like, bonus episodes, you know, because that was our break, but...
Yeah.
I don't really know what the hell's going on, man. I think we're on season 69 right now.
So. But, yeah, so, that, I mean, there's a ton of episodes that I want to do in the, you know, into the next year. We have a voicemail later where somebody asked about an episode, and then I had that Masters of Horror episode that I wanted to do. Of course, more franchises like Paranormal Activity eventually, and maybe even Amityville. But one thing that I wanted to sort of say, we've took a 2-week break, and it was nice. I got a lot of watching done. That's why I suggested we do what we watched episode 96. We on 96 right now? 96?
We are.
96,
yes.
So somebody pointed out in the last episode that there was a mistake left in the episode, and I like panicked for a second because I was like, what could it have been? And Rob actually pointed out where it was, and I listened back to it, and apparently, ever since we got this new recorder, and I didn't notice this, if I mute on Skype, it still records my voice. So I have to actually mute on the mic. But it's weird because you two won't hear it. You two will not hear me because I muted Skype, but it still records on this recorder, so I have to actually mute my mic when I want to.
Hence how I completely didn't even notice that. We didn't during the episode.
Yeah,
me neither.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have because it didn't come through. But you know, it's funny because if I want to yell at somebody, you know, off mic, I actually have to mute my mic now. But you know, honestly, it was funny. I laughed at it. It wasn't like a huge deal or anything, so I'm fine with it being in the episode. But you know, future reference to myself: mute your fucking mic. And besides that, dude,
that shit was classic.
If you guys remember, way back in episode 22, which was the final episode of the original season, which when we came back, episode 23, we had we all bought new mics. We bought the Blue Yeti, me, you, and Jeremy, and I didn't buy a pop filter, and so I'm happy to say that on episode 23 I didn't have a pop filter. On episode 96 I now have a pop filter, so it only took that long to finally get around to buying the pop filter. It's literally like 2 years later. But I finally grabbed the pop filter. It wasn't even that it costs a lot, because it's only like $8. It's just I would only notice when I would go to record, I would forget about it, and then like if I remembered during the week at work or something, I'd be like, oh, I'll do that later, and then I just never would. And I did that for like 2 years. So finally got a pop filter. Been putting it off for far too long, so my pops shouldn't be as annoying now.
Yeah.
It's so good, man. It took you like 73 episodes or something.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
That's
crazy.
Like even Jeremy had a pop filter.
Yeah, he did. Did he not buy the one that was meant for the Yeti?
I probably didn't either, because I bought a dragon pad and I was like, how the fuck do I attach this thing? And I just rigged it up.
I'm actually using my pop filter from my studio. So this thing's kind of like rigged up on there. It's kind of like, it's really almost too heavy. I have to be careful because it's almost like side heavy right now.
Yeah.
So I can easily knock over a mic because it's not meant for this at all, but it works fine. It's
I got a dragon pad too. It's fucking huge. It's actually bigger than the fucking mic.
Yeah, because you just have the little blue snowball mic.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad mic at all. That's another top quality mic that a lot of podcasters use if you don't want to go in for the Blue Yeti.
So I know we were talking about microphones or something on the Facebook page there, and Jason Lloyd pops up, you know, the guy that runs for Affiliate.com. He pipes up and he goes, fucking made me laugh out loud. He goes, yeah, I've had my Yeti in my box for like a year and a half. I still haven't used it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he uses this like little piece of shit like headset like mic built-in thing.
I'm like, damn, dude, like, how could you have that thing sitting in there for a year and a half? The curiosity would just get the best of me. I would have to pull it out to hear what it sounded like, right? That's crazy,
honestly, man. I've listened to his Bloody Bits and stuff, and he doesn't sound bad considering the mic that he's using.
I know. It's bizarre. It actually is bizarre. But, yeah.
Mr. Lloyd.
But, you know.
That was so crazy. I mean, that's like $100, $120 mic or whatever it was. I don't even know what it was, but Jesus.
But on that note, we have quite a few little housekeeping notes to get past here before we get into the meat of the show. And there's just a few things that I wanted to sort of cover. One of which is the top 10 of 2016 episode. That will actually be similar to where it was last year. It will not be coming out before the end of the year or even the week of the end of the year. We're going to be a little later on it. It'll drop probably on the 11th of January. So literally as the day we're recording this right now, 1 month ahead.
On that note, this is why I am so fucking stupid. I am like a bona fide artard.
What?
Up until yesterday, I thought that Brandon and Dave were doing the show with us.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that, because
I just had it in my mind. I must have thought it. And
maybe just because we do top 10s together.
That's probably
they were on last year's.
it just never even occurred to me that they actually weren't legitimately on the show. And like, I just assumed they were, and then all of a sudden you're like, Andy, can you make it? And I was like, what the fuck is, I mean, what are we doing, like 19 lists? Like, what's going on? So I apologize. That's how stupid I am.
Yeah,
I really am.
so it'll be, we'll record on the 8th, which will give us about a month more of watching, which I kind of needed it because I only have about 50 or so watches now. And we'll actually be able to see literally everything up until the last day, the last Tuesday, which is the 27th of January, if we want to catch anything on there. Or the 27th of December, which is good. And, you know, I know that most podcasts put their show out before January even happens. We tend to go like a week or a week and a half after, which I'm cool with because it gives us more time. It's so flooded, though, that sometimes it does affect our numbers. But either way, that show usually does well anyway. It's usually one of the higher viewed episodes, downloaded episodes that we have each year. So even though the numbers are hurt a little bit because there's so many shows that have come out before it already, we still do rather well. So I'm not too.
I think it could go work. I think it could work both ways. I mean, if we drop at the same time everyone else does, I mean, who knows? It just gets overlooked that way.
Well,
yeah.
So besides that, I did want to say that as far as the lineup goes, it'll be me, Moods, Derek, and Andy. So Andy will return to the show. He said that he can make it, so we'll at least have 4 lists, which is I think those episodes are like a party, you know. So it is fun to have 4 or 5 people on those shows.
Should be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not exactly sure. I know we have the Christmas episode next week. We'll be recording, and I don't think we're doing a show after that until the
year.
Yeah, I think we have 2 weeks off actually. So basically, that's kind of like the home stretch. You know, watch what you can in there. Yeah.
So I believe that'll take us to. We'll have episode 99 to plan. And then episode 100. And speaking of episode 100, I'm going to throw this out here right now. We do want to do the definitive top 10. Oh, wait, that's for the end of the year show. So the definitive top 10 show thing that we do. Any podcasters out there listening to me right now, please send us in your lists of your top 10 favorite horror films of 2016. Top 10 best, whatever you want to call it. And what we did it last year, is I'll take all of those, I'll assign a value to each film and where it placed, and then I'll average them all from everybody's list into a definitive top 10. And it's more of like the horror community's top 10. What are the most popular films? And we'll say those alongside our list.
The horror
on
fans.
The show.
The horror fans.
Yeah, the horror fans and the community. Because podcasters I love to have involved too, because they're coming from a more critical aspect, and it's nice to sort of mix them in with the more fan aspect. So definitely please send me those. Email 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. That's the best way. That's the most organized way to send it to me.
On that note, if you have Blair Witch on your top 10 list, don't bother sending in the list.
There's actually a lot. I've seen a lot with Blair Witch already on the top 10.
Oh my! So. It fucking blows my mind. Like, I'm just mind blown from that. It's crazy.
I still haven't seen it.
So. Yeah, please do that. If you're worried about your list being spoiled or whatever, don't worry, because I'm not going to share it with anybody until our show posts, which is well after the 1st anyway. You can send me your list anytime between now and the 1st of January. Please, I need submissions. I only have about 2 right now. Granted, I've only told like a couple people or whatever. But it's really cool to see where everybody stands with that. And so 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com is where you can send them. And I potentially, depending on if I get enough submissions, will be giving away a copy of one of my favorite films of this year, which I'll save for that drawing. And finally, with the show type submissions, we have voicemails. I want voicemails for episode 100. Rob actually voicemails in later, and he asks us a question about that, so I'll discuss that more then as well. But basically, what I want in a voicemail is your 100, or, you know, we're doing the 100 greatest horror films of all time, or whatever you want to call it. So what I want in the voicemail that you send in is your number one. So what is your number one best horror film of all time? And try to keep that little section like to about 30 seconds, because depending on how many we get, I peppered them in when we did episode 50. If like somebody said Suspiria or something, I put the voicemail when we talked about Suspiria. So if, you know, 8 people call in and say Halloween, I don't want, you know, 5 straight minutes of voicemails just for Halloween. You know what I mean? People saying the same thing. So try to keep them brief, so I can make sort of a collage or a compilation of them. If everybody says Halloween, or, you know, The Exorcist, or whatever any of those heavy hitters are.
It'll be fun as hell, man. We'll do like a giveaway or something like we did last year.
Oh,
like
we give away a ton of stuff for those big episodes. I already have about 1, 2, 3. I already have about 10 prizes already waiting for episode 100. So,
yeah, I got a bunch too, actually. And actually, big shout out to the man Dylan, aka Godzilla. He actually came by the house there and dropped off some stuff to give away for episode 100 too. So yeah, we're gonna have some stuff from the fans to the fans. So that's actually
I'll
pretty
be
cool
adding
too,
some stuff too in there too. So we'll be all good in the hood.
Yeah,
I got a few sealed Blu-rays and things like that too. So yeah,
essentially, I think we gave away 9 prizes of like 3 DVDs each or more last year. So yeah, I mean that 9 people I think won, because I think we each did 3. You know, I gave away a couple Blu-rays. It's going to be even bigger this year. But anyway, anybody who leaves a voicemail will automatically be entered in that drawing, or anybody who leaves an iTunes review will also be entered. And the people who left iTunes reviews are already automatically entered. So you can double up with a voicemail or whatever, and we're just going to draw a bunch of names on... Yeah, I think we'll do it on episode 101 or whatever, you know, so we don't bog down episode 100, but... Essentially, leave a voicemail with the greatest horror film in your opinion, brief description why, try to keep them short with that, and then episode 101, and Rob alludes to this.
It's kind of ironic though, right? We're sitting here telling the people to keep things short. Jesus.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we can't do anything fucking short.
I know, we can't. But also, I don't know where I want to place this. If I just want to place it at the end or the beginning of 100, okay, here's what we'll do. Send in 2 voicemails if you want. One with just the greatest horror film, in your opinion, and then 2, what you think, you know, of the show, congratulate on 100, whatever you want to say, just something 100 related, and, you know, both of those voicemails will be appreciated and played in the show. The film will be played near where the film is or whatever, and the you sort of retrospect look back on what 100 episodes means or whatever will be played either at the beginning or the end of the show. I think that's how we'll open and close it.
And we won't be missing any voicemails and playing them on the next episode after that one, like some other podcasts.
Derek just took a shot at Exploding Heads because they had their 25th anniversary, or fucking 25th episode, anniversary. And they misplaced Derek's voicemail, so that's pretty funny. But yeah, we won't misplace your voicemail. You know, send in 2 if you can. Try to keep, but send it, if you're going to do one, that's fine or whatever. But if you're going to do both of those things that I asked, separate the voicemails just so I don't want to have, you know, you talk about your favorite horror film and then go into, like, what, you know, whatever you want to say about episode 100. It'll just be messy. So, if you could do anything, please, you know, I ask that you separate them. But every voicemail will be entered in the contest. Make sure you say who you are and where you're from. Like, you know, Rob calls in, he's like, Rob from Georgia here. Like, yeah, like, that's a good way to start a voicemail. It keeps us fresh with who you are and who we, you know, how we know you and stuff. And if you're from a podcast, feel free to plug it. I'm all for that type of stuff. But yeah, so that is the little bit of notes I wanted to leave on that. Please send all the submissions. You can voicemail us at 724-426-6665. It's in the show notes. It's in the description of the YouTube. video on horrorphilia.com. Big thanks to Jason for posting the show there. It's on Facebook, everywhere. You can find the voicemail number. If you can't, ask Derek or Modes, and they'll tell you. Don't ask me, because I'm just going to tell you where to see it at. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Or you could IM me too. You could, if you have me on Instant Messenger, just message me and I'll get it to JP's way.
Yes.
Too.
So, besides
don't bother doing that to me because I'll just forget.
I still do have more things to discuss. One, I do want to plug that we are now on Horror Amino. I believe it's an app for the cell phone, the Android. I don't know if it's on the iPhone or not.
It is.
Derek, okay, it's on the iPhone. It's a cool little app. It's a social media app for horror fans. It's pretty neat. I made a 22 Shots account. So I don't know if you can search real easy on there. It doesn't seem like you can, but we're on there if you can find us. And it's pretty neat. I've been playing around with it. I actually like it a lot. It's pretty fun. So check that out.
And we also have an Instagram account too now.
Yes, which good.
Yeah, so we are on at 22 Shots of Moods and Horror on Instagram right now. 2 posts right now. I posted a little hint of what's coming up in the What We Watch, and a little pickup that I did. It's where we're gonna show a few things where pickups and things that we're watching during maybe break time or for shows, and also stuff that we're gonna probably hint at the giveaway and prize giveaways also.
Oh, I actually posted something on there just earlier too. I took a picture of my poop. So that's for the fans.
So yeah, check out the Instagram, Horror Mino. It's 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, or 22 Shots Podcast. I'm not sure exactly which one I used. Probably 22 Shots Moods and Horror. No, 22 Shots Podcast. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast. Been more active on there. Follow us on there. Gained a ton of followers as of late. Still trying to get used to Twitter and how to use it appropriately for social media and marketing and networking and things like that. Facebook.com/group/22 Shots Podcast. We haven't shouted that out at the beginning of an episode in a while. That is the place to be. We just now reached over 1,000 group members. Pretty cool. Constant content in there. Polls, all kind of fun stuff. Episode discussions, different things. So join that if you haven't. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the social media plugs and things like that. But the final thing that I wanted to do was we had a few reviews here that we haven't read yet from iTunes. As always, if you leave us a review on iTunes, you're entered in all future contests, and we will be having them a lot because I've been getting shit to give away. So that's free stuff for you guys. Blu-rays, all kind of. I just sent Dubby his copy of The Neon Demon, and I also sent Chico to Swift, the copy of The Neon Demon. And I have a copy of The Wailing to give away still. We are at 35 reviews with 42 5-star ratings. Or actually 41 5-star ratings, 1 4-star rating. So yeah. Let's get into this. Sam Loomis. Great stuff, 5 out of 5. This is a brilliant podcast that is filled with great discussions. No stone is left unturned. If you can keep my attention for 4 hours plus, then I'm all in. If you're a fan of horror, this is the one podcast to subscribe to immediately. Thank you, Sam Loomis 13. You rock, buddy. And then we have Rai Nai I. Great show, 5 stars. I don't have anything witty to say. Give it a listen, and you'll find out. You'll find out why it's 5 stars, hands down, great show.
Nice. Good stuff.
And then we have a long one here. This is Sam E, aka Psychotic Cinema. He says, lengthy discussions filled with entertainment, 5 stars. This is probably one of the best horror podcasts I've listened to. The mainstay hosts, Moods and JP, are 2 really relatable horror fans whom you can tell really adore the genre through better and worse. Incorporated with guest hosts are always awesome, especially when they get the guys from another great podcast. They'll make your head explode, in parentheses. And a good friend of mine, Derek, to join them. Films they cover always range in variety, from your typical slasher to something atypical, such as an unknown Italian horror gem. Reviews are usually always spoiler-free, and some of the most fair reviews I've ever heard covering technicality, aesthetic, and overall enjoyment factor. The length of each episode adds to the coverage as well, making their discussions some of the most in-depth on horror or film in general. Podcast, there is also great segments aside from reviews, such as the knowledge segment, release of the week, Room Ward's Morbid Fact, even if they shafted you guys, among many others. The only negative about this podcast is, and please don't take this to heart, they often talk over each other. This is actually just a minor nitpick because I know these guys do it on purpose. Sometimes a discussion just gets really heated and they try to all talk at once. Overall, this is amazing, entertaining, informative podcast. 10 out of 10, 5 out of 5 on iTunes. I will add that Mr. Jeremy is missed as a host on the show. His film school background and views on films always made for some interesting discussion/arguments. However, I'm not just saying this because he's a good friend. Derek would make an excellent addition as permanent host. His reviews are always in-depth, fair, and borderline. I'm interjecting. I don't know about fair. It sounds like 10 out of 10 Derek to me. And are borderline those of a pro. I'd also like to add that these guys usually encourage us listeners to check out a film even if they did not particularly like it. Cheers, gentlemen. I'm sorry this was a little lengthy and written in a movie review format. Dude, listen. I love that review, homie.
That's awesome review.
I love everything about that review. You listed the thing. That's a very helpful review for somebody who's looking to check out our podcast on iTunes.
Yeah, true that.
You listed off all the key things that make us pretty cool, and you even threw in some of our faults, which is that we talk over each other, which is true. So I mean that's
is really hard not to do, though. It's really hard not to do because, I mean, we can't see each other right now. It's not like we're queuing it up. But, yeah, a lot of it is arguments, right? I mean, you know, when you're disagreeing, I mean, you just do that in real life. I mean, you're not going to wait for the other person to stop talking before you intervene with your own thoughts, right? So
yeah, and there are times where we've gotten ridiculous with it, too. It's a fair criticism, and we do it sometimes. But, and he did say that it's, not a huge deal either. He understands. And somebody like Derek, who's semi-new, doesn't actually 100% know, our timing, right? Like me and Moods are when it's just me and Moods on the show, we're pretty good at not talking over each other too much. When we're in an argument, however, fucking all
I like it.
With that.
There's no rules. There's just no rules.
But thank you for the awesome review. That's
that was awesome.
Reviews.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, great job. I mean, well written. I'm terrible at written things. So.
Well, that review was a 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, of course it was. So yeah, that's it for the a little bit of housekeeping notes and reviews and things. I hope you guys take what I say into consideration. Please, email us, leave voicemails, stuff like that. Let's make these upcoming shows really awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So that was it for the.
That was it for all the housekeeping notes.
Awesome. That was a really long review, I have to say. That's crazy. Because most people really only write, 2-3 lines kind of thing. And
well, yeah, the guy right before him was like, I'm not going to say anything witty. Just check it out. Which is fine as well. I'm happy with those as well. Any review helps, dude. We're up to 35 now. That's really good. And I fucking swear to God, I will love every single one of you for each of you that review our show. It means a lot. It really does.
That's right. We definitely appreciate them, even if they are critiquing our faults. That's fine. That's awesome. Not butthurt. Not butthurt. That just means I'm going to take more pictures of my poop and post them on Instagram for you guys, just for you guys. But yeah, with all the house cleaning there done, let's get into some news.
All right, news. I tried to keep it a little bit short this week. I only went back 1 week, and just because. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes the older news, when we take breaks and stuff, it just seems like irrelevant because people have probably heard it by now. But the first little bit of news, like Arrow announced a few things, but the one thing that was really cool that they announced was the House Saga. Now there's 2 versions of this. The US version unfortunately only has House and House 2, but the UK version is complete. It has House, House 2, Horror Show, aka House 3, and House 4. This set is really, really neat. Each of the... I don't know, though. One thing that I will say is the cover art on each house film looks very reminiscent of a Scream Factory release.
Well, that's because Justin Osborne does the artwork, and he does art for Scream. He did art for Scream Factory.
I guess that's why then. Which I'm not opposed to, because I like Scream Factory's work. In fact, I like Scream Factory's artwork better than Arrow most of the time. Mm-hmm. But
yeah, I'm an original cover type of person, so I usually flip them anyways, so it doesn't really matter to me. But I actually did learn something from that house release. I didn't even know that, or maybe I did and I just completely forgot, but I didn't know that the Scream Factory edition of the Horror Show, which is also known as House 3, was actually the cut version, like the rated R version. Mm-hmm. So this edition that's coming out in the UK, titled House 3, is the uncut version. It's the first time uncut on Blu-ray. They specified that. And I didn't even know. I had no idea. So I kind of joked around with it too, and I said, well, maybe that's why the movie sucks. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Guess we'll give it another watch. Yeah, I didn't even know.
If I do remember back correctly, I do remember them asking, the fans asking if that Horror Show release was going to be cut. And I believe, now, don't quote me because this is just based off memory, I believe they said that they couldn't find the uncut elements. So maybe some things have changed. Maybe in the UK somebody had uncut versions out there or whatever. Anyway, that's really cool. Anytime there's a different cut or gore added in or whatever, it's always cool in my book. I've actually never seen House 3 and 4. I'm a huge fan of House 1 and 2. So I actually might buy this set. I'm super into the House films, and I've always wanted to own House 4 because it doesn't have a release in the US.
Mm-hmm. House 4 is fun, man. I've got the UK DVD. I really don't like Part 3, but at least Part 4 technically feels like a House film, Yeah. Part 3 doesn't at all. It's just kind of the oddball one out of there. So.
Yeah, but there's tons of special features on these. There's even features on House 4, like audio commentary, the making of House 4, which is a brand new documentary. So that's really neat that they put that much effort into, and Arrow always does with their features. It seems like so.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I gotta pick this one up. It's really, really nice.
I'm still, happy that House 1 and 2 are getting special treatment as well. Unfortunately, it's rights issues. House 3 in the US I believe is owned by MGM, licensed by Scream Factory. And House 4, I believe I tracked down to Sony, I think, because it originally was New Line Cinema, and then I think it went to Columbia, which is owned by Sony. So I think that's as far as I tracked it to. So, and I doubt House 4, the Repossession, is high on their list for a special edition anytime soon from Sony.
No, not at all.
So that's not. Maybe we'll do the House franchise one day. Anyway, moving on here, we have a little update on the next Child's Play film. Writer, director Don Mancini has been posting little hints and being very cryptic on Twitter, and he actually recently posted a photo on Twitter with the production office, like a little picture of the production office. So the production office is officially opening, which means that they're probably working on Chucky 7. So,
yes.
Well, it's about time. Jeez. Did I just bring this up too?
What's that?
I think I brought this up a couple shows ago too. I was like, where's this new Chucky film?
Oh, well, we did. There was I've reported news on this a few times now in the past.
Yeah, but it's just because there was no official word on it actually, being in production and things like that. Just kind of rumblings of it and stuff.
Yeah, there's still no official word.
Yeah, this is better than nothing though. So.
Yeah, at least they're giving us some things, you know what I mean?
I'm really curious to see what they do with this, man. You know, kind of like, you know, what ending they're really going to use from the last Chucky film, you know, because there's like...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but all the endings kind of, like, all of that stuff could have happened in, you know...
Yeah.
It was like false endings.
I know, right? It's just like, I know. It's so weird. Misleading.
I'm not looking... I'm very skeptical on this new one just because of how the last one ended. It seemed like it was bringing back all the things that I hated.
I know what you mean, yeah.
So moving on here, we have Train to Busan. Busan. This is a movie that's got a lot of positive reviews this year. Apparently it's a Japanese zombie film. It's on a lot of top 10 lists that I'm already seeing. Anyway, it's being remade for the U.S. as well. So it's actually a South Korean film. Yeah.
Wow. The year's not even over and the film's already being remade. It's crazy.
It actually makes sense because it says it was one of the biggest South Korean box office hits of all time. So.
Wow. I can see them remaking this one though. Mm-hmm. This is a normal zombie film type of deal.
Is that film getting a release? Here?
Yeah, it's coming out in
January.
Yeah, well,
it's not supposed to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So, is it available for rent right now?
I think it is on iTunes. I'm not sure, or Amazon.
Because that's one that I have to check out before the end of the year if it is available. Yeah, that's happening. And the final little bit of news here, actually I have a little two more. We have XX Anthology. Now we've talked about this for a long time. This is this the all women anthology, I believe. Basically it's having its world premiere next month, and they will release it February 17th, 2017. So this is going to be one of the early films for 2017. It's 4 tales. There's 4 little sort of shorts in this anthology. Pretty interested to check this one out. It's been one that we've talked about for literal years.
Oh, I know this. This one has like a really cool like poster art too, right?
Yeah, I
think I know this one. Yeah.
And finally, for the news, we have a release date for Anabelle 2, which is going to be hitting August 18th, 2017. It was slated for May 19th, 2017, but it's being pushed to August, so more towards the fall time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
sweet.
Anabelle 2. And that's the news.
Annabelle 2. Oh, man. Can't even imagine.
They make 17 Annabelle films.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, man. I haven't seen the first one, so...
I still can't even believe how much I...
Me neither, actually, to be honest.
Oh, that movie was torture, man. It's terrible. It's terrible stuff. But, you know, it made money, so, of course, they're gonna make a sequel to it. I mean, it only makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Alrighty, so, that was it for the news. That was quick. That was really quick. I have to say. That was not much.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she always says.
She does.
Getting into mood swings here, and the DVD and Blu-ray releases for now. I'd made an announcement, I think, last time on the show that I was going to be doing them like for the next week. But it turns out there's only like a couple releases on the 20th, so I'm actually going to do the ones for December 13th here, considering there is a lot of releases, and I'm sure people want to know about these because they're pretty notable. There's some notable ones in here. So, First up here, we got Scream Factory's edition of Black Christmas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know you bought that, huh?
I did. I caved. I totally 100% caved. I said I was not going to buy it because I'm really not a fan of the cover art. And even, like, I thought maybe, you know, it would kind of grow on me when I got it in my hands. And I was like, no, still don't care for it. Too much. But... You know, it's really not much different than the Canadian one. I think the only difference is that this one has a brand new, 4K transfer or something like that. And I think it's got a new interview, but it has, like, all the I don't even think it has all the ported over features from the Canadian release either, which is kind of interesting. I'd have to do a comparison, but I don't think they're all there. So, but anyways, I'm curious to check out the transfer on it. So, anyways, if anybody out there knows 100%, like right off their dome, if the Scream Factory did port over everything, let me know, because I'm just too lazy to check myself. Apparently. But anyways, Black Christmas. Next up here from Arrow, we got Creepshow 2. And, yeah,
I got my copy in the mail the other day. It doesn't come with the one that I got, the press copy didn't come with the red thing. Is there two versions to this?
Yeah, there is. There's a standard edition and a special collector's one with the...
Okay, so I got the standard.
Yeah, the collector's edition was just with the slip box, I think, right? I think that was different, so...
Okay.
Yeah, Creepshow 2, man. Getting the Arrow treatment. Pretty cool stuff. I mean, hopefully one of these days we'll actually... we'll see Creepshow 1 get a good release. I know it's just got like a standard Blu-ray release in Region 1 here. And I heard the transfer on that Blu-ray is crap, too.
Who owns it? Image, I thought, right?
Yeah.
Well, Creepshow 1, it's Warner.
Is it Warner? Yeah, okay, that's what it is. I heard... Someone told me once, I've never actually seen the transfer myself, but someone told me that it was like just an upscale or some shit, so never grabbed it. Do you guys have it?
Nope.
I have it, yeah. It looks decent. It's been a while since I watched Creepshow, and it's a widescreen transfer and stuff, but I'm not sure how it looks compared to other editions of the film too, because I know Second Sight has an edition.
But those catalog titles, man, they never put the work into the transfers. You got to get them to these niche companies, man, to get the good transfers. But yeah, anyways, hopefully one of these days we'll see a good release of Creepshow 1. I know that was the first thing that people were talking about when Creepshow 2 got announced. Like, where the fuck is Creepshow 1? And I'm like, well, I mean, it has the standard Blu-ray release, so if you don't want to hold on to your fucking snapper case DVD, pick up that. It's like $5 on Blu-ray. Yeah, next up here, which this one actually kind of surprised me, man. From Shriek Show. Like, Shriek Show back from the dead here? Like,
it's back.
So bizarre. We got Dracula vs. Frankenstein coming out from Shriek Show. Now, I haven't even heard anything about the Major Ed's Blu-ray release. Was the transfer any good on this thing? Derek, do you know?
I've never picked it up. It was too expensive for my price range.
Yeah, me too, man. It was like way, way expensive. But I'm curious to see if they're starting to do like decent transfers, because like all the old Shriek Show Blu-rays were pretty much like upscales and shit.
Yeah,
like that.
I own one of them. It's like I own the Flesh Eater one. It's like upscaled.
Yeah, I think all of their Blu-ray releases are upscaled. So I'd never grabbed one Shriek Show Blu-ray. I was just like, no, I'm not going to waste my time. But I'm curious if they're actually like, doing new transfers and stuff. Now, I would assume they are if they're back from the dead. I don't know. You think they're going to rise from the dead and just put out upscales? Fucking Major Heads. But again, that was still like one of the oddest things too. Like,
the weirdest companies are putting out Blu-rays now.
Weird. Well, it was so weird. Like
1/7.
Yeah, Shriek Show's back in their first major release in a long time, and it's the Majorettes Blu-ray. Okay. Yeah, it's not a bad film, but seriously. Dracula vs. Frankenstein, very interesting. Second title for Shriek Show to be releasing. Don't really know what's up with that. I'm going to mention this one, even though it's not really a horror film. I'm still confused on why Scream Factory is actually releasing this in a collector's edition to boot. We got Dreamscape.
What? Dennis Quaid.
Like, it's not a bad film or anything, but like, how does this get a collector's edition from Scream Factory? Like, am I the only one that's kind of like scratching their head?
Well, they're announcing like crazy titles like RoboCop 2 and 3.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense either.
They should be like.
They did say that.
But they created that Shout Select line for like
that. That's exactly what my point was. That's where I was going with this. I'm like, this wouldn't be a bad title, like Dreamscape or RoboCop 1 and 2 to release on the Shout Select. I mean, really, those titles kind of fit what they're doing over there. Just giving kind of cult films, whether they be sci-fi or thriller or even comedy. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. The special treatment. So I just don't get it. I'm not a big fan of when companies kind of branch out into it's more for discussion. I just think it doesn't really fit the mold too well. I mean, it's kind of like
it does now though.
Could you imagine Massacre
so
Video?
Many movies that aren't like horror by now. You know what I mean?
Well,
that is the mold now.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of companies that do stick to it. It's like, could you imagine, Derek, like Massacre video drop in Dreamscape, just out of the blue.
You'd be like, what the fuck?
So jarring. You'd be like, what the? Oh, there's $1 in the jar. In the jar. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. This one cracked me up. I was like, that's very, very strange. But Dreamscape, I mean, which actually has a Blu-ray release already. It has a catalog title, Blu-ray release. So I don't know. Whatever. Here's what it is. I'm just bitching. Next up again here from Arrow, we got Driller Killer, the standard edition and the Steelbook edition. I actually got my Steelbook in the other day along with my Black Christmas, and it looks beautiful. Haven't checked out the transfer yet. I heard it.
Yeah, me neither. I haven't even opened my Steelbook up yet either.
Yeah, I'm really curious to check out this transfer because, like, I have a couple DVDs of the Driller Killer, and they look pretty shitty. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have a pretty standard kind of budget type DVD of Driller Killer, and I also have the Cult Epics, you know, that limited edition one in the back. Yeah, that one looks a lot better. Cult Epics definitely did a good job with that, but you know, most of the Driller Killer, I mean, what is it? Public domain? Is Driller Killer public domain?
No.
It's on like a lot of like multi packs. I know.
Is it not public domain? Because I always wondered that because Driller Killer's been released by so many different companies, like, you know, kind of major companies and stuff, but. It always kind of finds itself on those budget-related releases, you know, those 8 or 12. Yeah, those Mill Creeks and I don't know. So I always thought it was just public domain. I don't know. But yeah, Driller Killer, that's really cool, man. And next up here, we got the complete second season of Fear the Walking Dead. Have you guys checked any of this out?
I haven't seen season 1.
No, either did I, man. I heard good things, though. I actually heard good things, surprisingly so. I don't know. For all you TV buffs out there, the second season is on Blue Rizzle. So then we got a re-release of Hellraiser, what is it?
This is a first-time release. Just because it was released in the UK doesn't mean it was a re-release.
Well, see, to me it seems like a re-release because I just don't like UK releases, and it's all the same shit to me because, I mean, same with Derek, right? I mean, if you own a region-free player, you're just kind of free to, like, spend money around the world, you know, and everything just... It releases a release to me. I don't know. But anyways, the Scarlet Box has gone.
Yeah, but this release doesn't have the stupid little red 18 on it, which automatically makes it the better release.
See, it's those little things. See, that bugs you? I don't give a shit about that.
It's one of the most ugliest things I've ever seen. I can't stand it.
I truly don't even notice it. It's crazy. See, that's funny. That bugs you.
I don't know how you don't notice it. It's so big and out of nowhere. That's why at least I love Umbrella because they put a reverse art that doesn't have it because they know how annoying it is.
You know who does that too? Actually, a lot of German companies do that too. They have their big gaudy labels on there too. Their warning labels, and they always
it's so unnecessary.
It is. I mean, it is. It definitely is. I mean, if you're going to have it on the back too, like, what's the point in having it?
I think you have to have it on the front. I think it's a law, which is dumb.
Yeah.
It definitely is a UK thing. Yeah, for sure. 100%. But yeah, so for the people that, you know, didn't pick up the UK edition of the Scarlet Box, you know, I'm kind of torn on this because I don't really care for the packaging on the Scarlet Box. I actually prefer the second release of the Hellraiser trilogy. You know, just a standard box with the 3 individual cases.
Yeah.
I actually really enjoy that a lot more. It's sturdy too. Like, you could beat someone to death with that thing. So kind of cool, but anyways,
I'm gonna buy this if I don't know if they're doing press copies for this, so if they don't, I'm buying it 100% because I was bummed that I didn't get the
I actually just got my shitty screener version of this.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I got a couple of those the other day too. I have like this massive stack of like Arrow screeners. I'm like, I own like all these regular copies. Like, what the fuck? This is annoying. So
one day, just give them away to one person.
I think I will, man.
We should just mail them to Jeremy because he hates.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, man, like I generally don't even pop them in because most of the copies I have the real ones of it, but I don't have the C.H.U.D one yet, and I got the press copy, and I watched it. Holy fuck, does C.H.U.D ever look good on Blu-ray, man? Woo, that shit was good. You guys watch it?
I didn't watch it yet. I have it.
I know you did, JP, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks really damn good, man. It's very, very surprised. And he's staying quiet. He's staying quiet because he's probably going to review it tonight. So,
yep.
Spoiler alert. Moving along here from Scream Factory and their IFC line, and this one is called "I Am Not a Serial Killer." Now, this one I actually am pretty curious about. I've heard good things about this one.
It has the other Mr. Lloyd in it, Christopher Lloyd.
Yes, it does. As Mr. Christopher Lloyd. That's awesome. I love Christopher Lloyd, how he just branches out and does things like this, right?
I don't like seeing Christopher Lloyd anymore. It depresses me.
Why? Because he's getting older.
Old as fuck. He's gonna die.
Yeah, he's
Knock on wood.
No, he's dying, dude. There ain't no knocking on wood. You're not gonna stop him from dying.
No.
It's probably gonna be soon too.
I don't want to do the R jinx.
Yeah,
leave it to
it is sad. Man.
Because I love Christopher Lloyd, so it's sad to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, that one looks good though. If you guys have heard good things about it though, right?
Yeah, this is actually on the list of films that I got from, because Dave and Brandon are actually recording their top 10 tonight, and I got a list of about 15 to 20 films from each of them that have potential top 10 potential, and that was on their list. So I mean, I'm gonna probably add it to mine to see. Just because.
Yep, cool. Yeah, I've been wanting to check it out. It's just fucking so overpriced here. It's like $30. I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying $30 for a Blu-ray, for an IFC Blu-ray. It's ridiculous. Next up here from, of course, Scream Factory in our IFC line, another film called Let's Be Evil.
Is this the one with that weird cover art with the girl with the glasses?
Yeah, it is. It is. I haven't actually heard anything about this one. Have you guys heard anything about this?
I haven't actually heard a lot about it.
This is the one that's kind of been very, very quiet. They've been releasing a lot of IFC titles lately, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't really know much about that one. Again, from Scream Factory and IFC, we've got a film called Shelley. Now, I have heard good things about this one also. Definitely worth the watch. So that's cool. Looked interesting anyways. Camp Motion Pictures releasing Slime City and Slime City Massacre double feature. That's pretty damn cool.
Oh yeah.
I wonder how those are going to look on Blu-ray.
No idea.
Yeah, I mean the DVD of Slime City. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It definitely doesn't look too bad, but we'll see. They're fun, ridiculous films. So, and then I guess Twilight Zone are releasing these, and oh no, is this a re-release?
It's a Blu-ray.
But didn't they already release the Blu-ray, the complete set of the Twilight Zone?
If you don't remember, CBS ended up acquiring the rights to Twilight Zone, Tales from the Dark Side, Friday the 13th, the series. So that's why all those re-releases have been happening.
That's right.
It's definitely more affordable though, man. I mean, that complete series is about $83 on Blu-ray.
Yeah, that's a good price,
pretty
man.
Fucking good.
I think honestly, my DVD set cost me $100.
I mean, the Blu-rays each season was about $50 when they came out.
Those things were so expensive, man.
Crazy expensive.
Yeah.
So yeah, Twilight Zone, man, one of my favorite shows of all time, coming out on Blu-ray. Pretty awesome stuff. This one just cracked me up. Every week, man, there's some stupid title like this, man. From Uncorked Entertainment, we've got Abby Grace. Look at this cover, man. Oh, it just looks... It's obviously some type of possession-type kid film. I don't know. But it looks pretty bad.
If the cover looks like I Can Make It as a thumbnail, then it's awful.
Yeah, it looks bad. It definitely looks bad. From Parade Deck Films, we've got Wake Before I Die. And again, it's very, very generic, man. It's got a little girl on the cover, kind of huddled up, and just looks shitty. It looks bad, man. So this one right here, I'm not gonna lie, I thought this one looked pretty interesting. This one is from Artsploitation, and it's called The Devil Lives Here.
Really?
Now,
I didn't even know that.
I know. That's the thing. I remember reading, I think I read the press release on this. I think they sent one out a little while ago and stuff. Are we getting copies of this, or what's it?
I don't know. Artsploitation is so hard to keep track of anymore because certain films they release the burn on demand style where there's no press copies, and then other films are not. I mean, their number system is completely fucked by now. It's actually tainted them a little bit for a company that I was completely obsessed with and loved. It's kind of getting a little weird.
Yeah, FilmRise fucked it all up for all of us.
Yeah, that FilmRise shit, that's so irritating. So irritating. And yeah, I mean, especially for the people, because they look so nice, the first like 20, 25 releases of Artsploitation, even though like some of the releases were DVDs and Blu-rays, it did look kind of funky on the shelf a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the numbers just went.
In the different Blu-ray cases.
Yeah, and the different Blu-ray cases too. But, it still doesn't hurt the quality of films they're pinpointing out. But
yeah.
Anyways, moving along here, we got another Don't film. I think this is the third one this year, man. This one's called Don't Knock Twice. Don't Knock Twice.
I actually like that cover art.
It's not bad, but this is the third Don't film this year. So we got Don't Breathe, Don't Fuck in the Woods, and which I might add is one of the best titles ever. Don't Fuck in the Woods. I
mean, it's a funny title. I showed that to my friend today at work. Like, it's a cool title and stuff, but I just feel like with a title like that, I'm gonna hate the movie.
Yeah, well, I think it is a comedy though. I think it is.
Well, I think it's a creature. It's a creature feature.
Is it? But is it a comedy though?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure someone said it's supposed to be like. I know that's what I said. I'm like, don't fuck in the woods, really. But anyways, like I love my Don't titles, so I'll be picking up all these things. If I can get my hands on Don't Fuck in the Woods, it's kind of getting hard to find. But yeah, Don't Knock Twice looks cool though, man. Looks all right. Then we got, I don't really know anything about this one. It's like, looks more like a sci-fi thriller type deal. I don't know. It's called The Hybrid. From Mongrel. Mongrel's releasing this one. Looks like an alien type creature feature thing. And yes, of course, every week we have to have one of these. And who's putting this one up? Pop Twist. You think that's a real label? Pop Twist? That just sounds ridiculous. The Ecstasy of Isabel Man. No shit. It's called The Ecstasy of Isabel Man. You can get it for $9.99. What the fuck?
It's probably worth like $2.
I don't know what the fuck it's even about. Like, is it like a food fetish film? Oh, I hope it's not. Ugh.
Or it should be like a French drama.
It's a vampire film.
Is that what it is? Vampire? Okay. The Ecstasy of his man. Cool. And here's one I've had my eye on for a little bit. I think it looks pretty cool. Another funny title with Killer Rack. Yes, it's a movie about killer tits.
Yeah.
From Cat Motion Pictures, of course. You know what you're getting yourself into with that one. Killer Rack, so good. It just never fails me. It never fails me. But from Wild Eye, they're releasing a film called Ouija Possession. The Ouija Possession.
Oh no!
It actually is probably one of the worst cover arts they put out in a long time.
So it must be amazing.
It's probably it's one of the better films. Yeah. And speaking of good old Wild Eye releasing, we've got Secret Santa with their pretty awesome cover art.
It's okay.
It's okay, man. It's some dude, Santa Claus with a ski mask holding a sledgehammer.
Andy's like really excited for this. I'm gonna like this one. I like it.
Yeah. Christmas-related horror films, man. I always got to check them out. I noticed that Bill Sabub put out a couple this year. I think there was one, Santa Claus Serial Rapist, and how many movies does that guy have with rape in the title? Like,
don't care.
It's unbelievable, man.
I actually never seen any of his films before.
Oh, man.
You're not missing a damn thing.
He makes seriously some of the worst films ever, but it blows my mind, like, how many films come out from that guy every year.
I mean, I give him props if he's having fun. I mean, whatever. It's just, I don't, like, I almost find it offensive that you ask people to pay for them.
Yeah, honestly, some of his earlier films when he was making, like, serious tone films, they actually weren't that bad, but then when he started to make, like, comedy films, and, like, he does way, way more of those comedy type films now, and it's just...
I don't know, man. I watched
it's more offensive stuff.
I think. It's just, it's so dumb. They're just so dumb, and he's just trying to be racist and offensive, and it's just like it's not funny though. You know what I mean? Like South Park when they're racist is funny. This guy when he's racist, it's fucking racist and dumb.
Well, of course it's funny. They have a black character on South Park named Token. I mean, that is funny in itself.
It's hilarious.
That's brilliant. That's really funny. Yeah. But yeah, so that is going to do it for the DVD and Blu-ray releases for the 13th. And now my pick of the week, release of the week. This is actually a tough one because there's actually quite a few good releases this week.
There's only one answer to this question.
there's only one answer for this
There
question.
can only be one.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, if I was doing it for myself, I probably wouldn't choose this one, but I would have to recommend it because it is a pretty damn cool release, and that is the Hellraiser the Scarlet Box release. Pretty cool.
Nice.
That's the answer. I mean, come on, man. It's the Hellraiser trilogy. It even has Leviathan, right?
It does.
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Yeah, which doesn't have a release in the U.S., I don't think.
No, not a solo release, no.
Nope.
So, yeah, I mean, did you count that as a 2016 watch this year?
Leviathan, I did not actually. Never even thought about it. I did watch it, though.
I haven't seen a single documentary this year, which is bugging me. So, I need to get on that.
I've seen a couple. I've seen a couple like mockumentaries and stuff. Yeah, that Leviathan. It's pretty good though. It's good.
Cool.
I really enjoyed it, man. I mean, if you're into Clive Barker and people kind of tooting his whistle, they talk about a lot about Clive Barker, and like how great he is and stuff. So
He is.
it's pretty interesting stuff. So the Scarlet Box set for all you Region 1 people out there, coming out finally.
All
Yes.
right.
Nice.
Got to do it.
Nice.
So that's going to do it for the DVD releases for December 13th. And you know what? I'll just mention the ones on the 20th since they're going to get overlooked here. Basically, there's two, and we got Rob Zombie's 31's coming out on the 20th, and The Disappointments Room.
Yep.
So what the fuck? Rob Zombie's 31, I will be picking up. So got to check it out.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, the Katrina Wan press, it had pushed the Disappointments Room so hard. Like, I got so many emails, like, new trailer, like, it was like, and I didn't post on it at all just because I didn't want to have to review it, because to me, the cover just did not intrigue me at all, and it just sounds like one of those movies that I probably wouldn't like. But actually, now that I'm remembering it, though, I seen a trailer for that months and months and months ago, before I completely stopped, and it actually looked good. So now I'm kicking myself for not checking it out.
You know what, man? I've actually heard of this. This Kate Beckinsale's in this one, right? Yeah. Okay, I know which one this is.
Oh, I know.
Fox is putting this one. I actually didn't even recognize it until I looked at Kate Beckinsale's, and I was like, okay. I didn't see the trailer though, but you said it looked good.
Yeah, I think if my memory is correct.
Interesting. That's funny that you actually watched the trailer, because
it was so long ago. It was like, it wasn't even. I think it was actually somebody at work who showed me it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but anyway.
Cool stuff. Cool beans. All right, man. Well, moving along, and we got some voicemails / questions this week. We got some.
Yeah. So we have a question / email here. So it is from, I think, James Cox, right? I think so.
Nice.
Hi, gents. James here, another inhabitant of Vidland. The 22 shots know me, but this is the first time email to Exploding Heads. He actually mentions that he sent this to both of us, both shows.
Uh-huh.
I've been following 22 Shots for almost a year now, but only just jumped onto the Exploding Heads bandwagon. Had to do it because I love the shows where Brandon and Dave guest. So you're welcome, Exploding Heads, for giving you another of our listeners. You're welcome.
Welcome.
You guys have me and Stitches, 2 fantastic pods. Anyway, my question, it's a bit of a dumb one, but if I had fun with it. So what's your top franchise compilation, 1 through 10? But you can only choose one movie from each franchise / trilogy. This is what I came up with. Number 1, Basket Case. Number 2, Dawn of the Dead. Number 3, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Warriors. Number 4, Psycho for the Beginning. Number 5, Friday the 13th, A New Beginning. 6, Curse of... oh, shit. I just realized something. 6, Curse of Chucky. 7, Chainsaw 3D. 8, Hellraiser Hellworld. 9, Children of the Corn Genesis. And 10, Halloween 2. Actually, you know what, dude? Gonna have to answer your question next week, because I thought you meant you just pick one film from each franchise and create a top 10. I see what you're doing now. You're listing, like, for example, Basket Case is number 1 because it's the first in the series. Dawn of the Dead is number 2 because it's the second in the series. 3 is The Nightmare on Elm Street 3 because it's the third in the series. I got that right away. Doing it like that, so I'll have to answer that next week.
Yeah, I might have to do that next week too.
I guess it was pretty obvious when he had Children of the Corn Genesis as number 9.
Yeah, but it wasn't obvious because he had Basket Case as number 1, right? So
Yeah,
it's kind of weird. But yeah, I was like, this guy's top 10 is weird as hell. But yeah, that's actually fun. That's actually fun. I'll get back to you on that. That's a very interesting thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back on that one too because I did normal list.
Yeah. Do you have yours, Moods?
No, I actually don't. I don't think I even got the question.
I sent it to you on Facebook.
Oh, okay. That's probably why. But yeah, no, I mean, since you guys are going to answer him next week, I'll do it too. But
okay. Yeah. He also says, I wanted to email this to you all. It'll be great to hear your answers on your respective pods. I like how he says pods. It's kind of
pods.
Your pods. All right, and P.S. When is Derek going to be confirmed as a co-host on 22 Shots? You all work so great together. Anyway, keep up the great work. All peace out. So that's a question that we've been getting a lot lately, and I just avoided it because I don't know if we've actually talked about it or like what we've actually said, but I'll just give my opinions. I like having Derek on, and when we had him on for the first time, I said, Derek, you're welcome back anytime, open invitation. And I meant it. Like, I mean it. You can literally come on almost any episode. I don't really care for labels of, like, he's the third, because there was 3 of us to begin with. It was Moods, me, and Jeremy. Jeremy's gone. There's 2 of us now, me and Moods. According to me and Moods, we own 50% each of the show. I own 51%. He owns 49%, I should say. Just kidding.
What the fuck?
But so we pay for it. You know what I mean? It's our show. We created the show. Jeremy created the show. We stole it from him and kicked him off. But it's me and Moods' show, and that's what it is to me. You know, Derek is a great guest, and whether you guys want to call him a co-host or whatever, I mean, that's up to you guys. I don't really care. I just know that, at the end of the day, me and Moods have built this thing, and we've, put a lot of work into it and a lot of, it's crazy amount of hours into this thing, and it's ours. It's our show, and that's how I see it. That doesn't mean that I don't like Derek or that Derek isn't. I mean, he's on the show. He's on the show weekly now. There's one show coming up that he literally can't be on, which is the 86 show, because we already have 5. It's me, Moods, Brandon, Dave, and Christian's coming on that one. So it would just be too much with 6 to have 6 top 10s or whatever. But
that'll be my day off.
I literally mean this as an open invitation when I say anybody can come on any week. And I love having 3. 3 is my favorite to have because it opens up Hall of Fame, it opens up Hall of Pain. It's more of a party than, when me and Moods get very intimate,
it's really about the rating system. Yeah, it works so well for the rating system, right? I mean, since Derek's been on, our Hall of Fame has just exploded.
Well, that's because it's 10 out of 10 Derek. But like I was saying, me and Moods get really intimate when it's just me and him. We start playing footsies under the table and stuff. Like, every once in a while, we have to have somebody else on here to, kind of balance out the yin and yang of me and Moods. So it's nice to have a third person. And that's why I've kind of just avoided the question, because I didn't want to be a dick and be like, Derek is not whatever, you know what I mean? But that's just how I see it. I don't know how you see it, Moods, if you want to answer that question as well.
Well, you probably couldn't have answered it any better. I mean, that's really... I like that. I like the whole analogy of, it's our show. Like, we built this up and stuff. And, since Jeremy's left, it's just kind of the 2 of us. It's just the 2 of us. Okay. Mm-hmm. It never gets old to me. I like that. But no, like we discussed before, we said we kind of didn't really want to officially bring in a third member. We wanted to have an open invitation to anybody to come on the show. And that was kind of the plan. I mean, we discussed it for quite a long time after Jeremy left the show. And we said, you know what, man, instead of picking and choosing someone and kind of leaving other people out, out in left field, let's just kind of involve everybody all the time. So hence the open invitation, Matt, you want to come on the show? Derek, those fucking idiots from Exploding Heads, Derek, it's just, and it kind of worked for us. We became accustomed to it. So that's why we never officially, named a third person as a host. It was more because of we wanted to keep this kind of revolving structure. So
yeah, and like I said, this isn't cheap. Like, me and Moods just dropped, in the past whatever year, like a couple $100 on keeping the website up and keeping the show up, and we paid for that. That's money out of our pockets. Like, I would like to retain full creative control over the show, and I worry that if we get another person on, they're gonna kick me off. No, I'm just joking. That ain't happening. But anyway, Derek is on the show weekly right now, and it's nice. And he's doing a lot of work as well. Like, I've asked him to help me with stuff, and I know Moods is working like 12-hour shifts, and he's busy as hell. And Derek's been picking up weight of different things that I've asked him to do, and he's done it, which is fantastic. Like, Jeremy,
promoting machine, man.
To talk a little shit on Jeremy right now, like, Jeremy had to twist his arm to do anything. So it is nice to fucking have somebody that's willing to do some stuff, and that's not something that Jeremy won't fucking tell you himself. Like, he didn't really like, posting the show around. He felt like it was spammy and stuff, and I understand that or whatever, but, it's nice to have somebody who is willing to do that.
Man, we couldn't even get him to watch some of the featured reviews sometimes. Jesus.
Doctors and the Devils?
Yeah. Let's go back. Anybody who listened to this show, go back and listen to that show and tell me Jeremy watched
and Torture Chamber.
And Torture Chamber.
So, Jeremy, you want to break the ice here? Because me and JP are fucking arguing our faces off on this one.
Let me get it. I should answer this myself.
Well, I kind of agree with both you guys. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean? We're on opposite
ends. Well, I can
ends
see
of the
where
spectrum.
Moods is coming, but I can also see where JP is coming. Honestly, shouldn't be talking about Jeremy when he's not here to defend himself. I apologize.
Well, he can listen to this. He can come on, and and we always even said, if Jeremy wants to come back, because he actually wants to come on the Paranormal Activity show, doesn't he? Does he want to do that one?
Yeah, he does. I'm fine with him coming on. Honestly, I've been listening back to some of those clips that Luis put together for us a while ago. There's like best of, and there's really funny moments with Jeremy.
Yeah, I miss Jeremy on the show. It'd be great to have him back on it.
Yeah, I got an idea if we ever actually have him back on. I got an idea for it. So that's that, and that's to answer your question. I guess. I mean, I like having Derek here weekly. It's nice to have a third person we can bounce stuff off of. He does great with the post-production stuff, like how
reliable too.
Reliable as fuck. Watches the movies, and he actually, above all else, he fits our schedule, which is hard as fuck to do.
It helps too that Moods' schedule and mine tend to work together now since Mood started working again.
Yeah. Since I went back to work, yeah, exactly, and yeah, it's kind of strange because like pretty much nobody. It seems like. It just always didn't work. Like when we recorded on Thursdays, it was such a pain in the ass. Like I remember when Matt would have to like leave work early and things like that. And that day was bad for everybody. It seemed like,
Yeah.
I mean, even for you, JP, it sucked, right? So, but yeah, no, I think this day is working out pretty good. So,
yep.
Can't complain.
So,
yeah, I got to give it up to Derek though, man. You've been going crazy with the, posting everywhere and, creating these accounts and things like that. It's been a big help. It has been a really big help. I mean, JP as far went as to say the other day that I was slacking, and I'm like, man, honestly, dude, I slack in all parts because I'm so fucking busy just with life shit that like I can't even. I mean, it took me 3 times to get through Patient 7 or whatever. Like it was like crazy, man. So
yeah, well, I say you're slacking, but there is no show without you, and there's no show without me.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we try to do what we can here. I mean, I get the videos up on my channel when I can, or as soon as I can and stuff. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough these days. I mean, it's just that year though. It's just ridiculous. It's December, man. It's December.
So ridiculous. I hope that answered your question, James. And we'll answer the other question next week on the Christmas episode. So see you then with that. And we actually have a voicemail that I would like to play from the homie Rob.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia. But as you know, I'm Rob from Western New York now. So I don't know if I want to change to that or just stay with Rob from Georgia since that's what everyone knows me. So I don't know. I'll let you guys talk about that. Anyways, quick thought. With episode 100 coming up, here's a thought. In terms of voicemails, I wonder if we could somehow fit it into the episode where you guys might give us a chance to, drop that special voicemail. Just an opportunity for us as the listeners, 100 chosen, to just give our appreciation to you guys and all that you have done up here to episode 100 and the many, many, many more they're going to come. And so anyways, that's just a thought question to you guys to tag along. And another props to Derek for just doing such a great job lately. Great listening to him. And things are, the Italian month was awesome. And I'm not sure which one was my favorite. Maybe Fulci, I don't know. Sergio Martoni was good. But anyways, I just love Italian month. So before I get cut off, just keep rolling, guys, and appreciate everything you do. And anyways, episode 100 in the voicemail. This is just a thought about it. Anyways, peace out.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, so as far as the first question goes, homie, listen up. You might be Rob from Western New York or whatever, but you're always going to be from Georgia. You know what I mean? You never stop being from Georgia just because you don't live there anymore. So I say keep Rob from Georgia. That's what I say.
That's
like,
infamous.
Is he living near Buffalo type thing, or when he says Western New York, I always think of that as like Northern New York.
I don't know. Did he say Western or Northern? I don't know.
No, he did say Western, but like when I think of that, I'm just like, I don't know. It seems like it's Northern. Whatever. I don't know. I don't live there, but anyways.
His other question was about the voicemail. We kind of mentioned it earlier. Yeah, 100%. Leave a voicemail, whether you want to talk about your favorite episode of all 100, or where you want the show to go, or what you thought of the show, or experiences you had with the show, or anything that is sort of a retrospective sort of thought process when you're talking about it. Like this episode 100 this is a big deal. This is a couple years of work, and what's your, maybe even say what your least favorite show is, favorite fucking thumbnail, whatever you want to do. It's up to you. But leave that one and play it on episode 100, and then also leave the other voicemail that I asked about your best horror film. So yeah, Rob, thanks for the idea, because I didn't even think of actually having that so much until you actually brought it up. So I did know that I wanted to have a bunch of voicemails for episode 100, but didn't know how I wanted to do it, and you kind of shed some light on a way that I think is the correct way to do it. So
I think it's a good idea, actually, because we're doing this with the help of the fans, though, too, right? With the people. So, having their voices literally in there just kind of makes it feel right and complete. So yeah,
Rob actually opens up episode 50.
He does.
Yeah.
That's right.
Rob opens up. He's the first voice you hear. I just liked the way his voicemail sounded. I remember when I was editing that episode, I just liked how he opened it. So
Rob from Georgia, bird from the crystal plumage. Hell yeah.
The calling in on the most influential. Like, I just like how it sounded. It sounded good over the music. So, yeah. Anyway, we have one from Tyler here.
Hey guys, it's Tyler from Los Angeles again. And I'm going to ask this question again. I wasn't sure if you guys had it before, but I'm going to ask two questions. So my first question is, what is, basically, like, what is a death that you think is really stupid in the horror movie? Mine is probably the Hatchet 2 death with the intestines. I think it's not funny, nor is it as realistic as, like it does in the first Hatchet. Even though they weren't as realistic, but they're more believable than someone getting strangled with their intestines. And my other question is, would you guys consider checking out American Horror Story? I just finished Hotel. It's really solid, and keep up the good work, guys.
All right, so that was Tyler, and he asked what death is that we don't like. I'll go first, and it has to be Elm Street 6, where Spencer is in the video game, even though I kind of like that one the most, maybe. I don't know. It just fucking is at an all point low when he's bouncing around, and there's the cartoon sounds and stuff.
Great
and
graphics.
We've brought this scene up so many times on the show, but it truly is one of the worst goddamn things ever.
Great graphics.
Great
graphics. So bad.
Well, mine's actually kind of funny because it's actually the film before that one is Elm Street 5. Super Freddy.
Super Freddy?
Yeah.
I'll take Super Freddy any day over fucking...
I don't know. I just don't like
Freddy.
when fucking guy gets killed. He's like, ah!
What about you, Mids?
I just kind of wanted to avoid the question at all costs, but how about anything that's off screen? No, I won't use that as my answer.
This is cheapskate.
Oh no, totally. That's why I didn't want it. But no, for real, I'm probably going to catch heat for this because I know a lot of people like this ending to the film, and just the way it kind of goes down and stuff. But I'm going to say I can't stand the end of Halloween H2O. I know, right?
What?
The death. I hate that whole fucing. I hate it.
Great death.
I know.
That's a great cap on the franchise too.
A lot of people like it, and I can't stand it, man. I don't know. That film I used to like back in the day. Every time I watch it, it just goes down the shitter for me.
Would you still like it if shit erection never happened?
I don't think Resurrection really affects my opinion of H2O that much, to be honest. But
they usually look the whole ending as a scapegoat and ruin it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Whatever. I try not to put them together, but
No, I hear you.
It's just something about the way that whole thing kind of goes down with Michael. And I'm just like,
it goes down perfectly.
I know that you really like it, and it's just, and I know a lot of people like it also.
It's just the best ending.
Seems to be the popular.
If you're gonna end it, why not have this touching moment of these two characters that have been through, tons of crazy shit happening to them that are intimate because they're brother and sister.
It makes sense that it would go, that she would be the one and stuff, but they could have done it better. I think the way they executed the scene and stuff, I think they could have just done a different scenario too. There's something about that build-up, it just bugs the shit out of me, man. Really, really does. But yeah, I'm going with that one. That death.
All right, so that is it for the voicemails. I do want to apologize that I got a new phone and I had a couple voicemails left on my old phone, but I factory reset it so I could use it to listen to podcasts, and I totally forgot about those voicemails that we never played, so they're misplaced. I got a new phone on Black Friday.
Uh-oh. I was actually wondering about that too.
Yeah. So
should have been more. Oh well, shit. Okay. Sweet, man. So that was it for the voicemails and questions. And we got knowledge this week? Do we have knowledge?
I do not have knowledge.
Derek, you must have some. Derek here.
I did have something, but I just can't think of it I didn't have it prepared for the show.
I always think of these things during the week and stuff, and then come the weekend, I just completely space.
I did have one thing. It was actually mentioned on the Facebook group, but it kind of spaced out, and I didn't have time to actually write it down and prepare for you guys.
Do you remember what it was at all?
Oh, it was about the Coffin Joe set. Everyone's getting hectic that it's not Blu-ray.
Yeah,
because they couldn't get the HD transfers and stuff, so they
Yeah, they said that the transfers or the elements were really in poor condition, so they don't want to fuck with them. Because they might fall apart, I guess, or turn to dust or something.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, actually, man.
But it sucks because that was such a long-waited release. It's you should have just said from the beginning, we're putting out a DVD set of Coffin Joe.
Well, it's funny, too, because Embodiment of Evil it was put out by Snaps on Blu-ray already. So, if you buy the trilogy on DVD, you're kind of downgrading your Blu-ray to DVD. It's kind of strange.
I don't know. I don't really care.
It's so weird. Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, they're really good films.
Yeah, I mean, but isn't there... there's other releases of those, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have that box set where the first two comes in with a few other of the director's films, the Coffin Joke collection.
Yeah, I've got
the UK.
That one. Yeah, I've got that set. It's nice, man. It even has like the documentary on there and everything. Really awesome stuff. I actually learned a shitload of stuff about him from that documentary. I didn't even know that he directed like some pornos and shit like that. It's crazy, man. So yeah, good stuff. All right, so I guess that is going to conclude Mood Swings. I'm just going to skip Morbid Fact again this week.
Fuck you, Rumorg.
Yeah, fuck you, Rumorg. Still pissed off, but no, it will be returning and stuff. I'm just working out a couple things here. I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, like you're looking at the bottom of a magazine every fucking time.
I know. Yeah, just working it out. Yeah. But anyways, guys, let's get into what the show is about this week, man. So we decided that we are going to do what we watched. That's
old
it.
school, baby. This just a round table. I remember in the early episodes we used to do like 7, 8 what we watch.
Oh, I know.
Now we do like 1, maybe 3 at the most. So I wanted to return to this.
Segments.
This is my favorite type of episode, by the way.
Well, this one's good for you because you've had so many screeners that you need to catch up on. So it's gonna fit up really well. So.
I mean, but even before then, I've always liked these episodes. They're just simple. It doesn't feel like I have to do anything, watch anything specific for the show. Mm-hmm. It's just a simple episodes. This and franchise episodes. Those are my 2 favorites.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to be what we watched 4. I believe this is 4. I'm not really counting, but this is 4. Yeah. Right. So yeah, this is the 4th time we've done this. And who wants to go first? How about
I'll go first, if you don't mind.
All right, JP, go first.
So if you've never listened to a What We Watched episode, it's literally just round table of what we watched until we run out of time. And we made good time through the regular episodes, so you should hear quite a few reviews here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is something very different. I would never do this under any other circumstance, but basically I got a screener copy of Fear the Walking Dead, Season 2. Which is hilarious, because I have requested screeners from CBS Home Video and this Anchor Bay forever, and I never get anything. Like, they never send them. They send me the press releases, I post them, and then they never send me the screeners. And then the one screener that I was like, didn't really care to get so much because the situation, entire season, I ended up getting it. And it's Fear the Walking Dead Season 2, so... not only did I get a screener, but then I got a email from the person saying like, oh, by the way, everybody who receives screeners, make sure you guys post your reviews accordingly because it will influence us whether you receive future screeners. So I'm like, oh, damn. So I was like, I'm never going to be able to watch an entire season in like 4 days when I have all this other stuff to do. So... I'm prefixing this review by saying that I did not watch the whole series, the whole Season 2. In fact, I've not watched all of Season 1. So I jumped into Season 2. I jumped into Season 2 without seeing Season 1. I would never do this under any other circumstance.
It was like
my OCD.
It was like Inception.
My OCD was driving me crazy, dude. But anyway, I did end up seeing the pilot of Season 1 when it aired, and I did like it. So I kind of knew the gist of the story. This one, Season 2, actually fucking picks up right at the end of Season 1, apparently. So, Los Angeles is on fire, and there's this group of survivors who I do not know, except for a couple of them from the first episode of Season 1 that I watched 2 years ago. And basically, they're all hopping onto this cruise ship. And they're like, so it's like on a boat modes. You should be happy.
Nice.
So they escape, the zombie-infested Los Angeles that was bombed, and they're stuck on this cruise ship. And we're basically following the characters, a little bit of character development. I mean, you're obviously supposed to know these characters already, but it's a little slower once the craziness stops happening. They end up radioing into the another boat, and there's this girl who has like contact with them, and this whole time you're thinking like, oh, like this other boat's probably like up to some no good because it's like cutthroat end of the world type shit. And they're all talking about the fact that they're in the zombie apocalypse. And essentially, they do end up meeting up with that other boat, and things go down. And that's the first episode. And it was a really, really good episode. So good that I was just going to review the one episode that I was like, I'm going to watch episode 2. And then I started watching episode 2. Also a good episode. They finally get on land, and they meet like this sort of like family, and they think that they're trying to Jonestown each other. Right?
Uh-huh.
So like that's kind of a cool concept right there. And yeah, so episode 1 and 2, I watched it, and the whole time I'm watching this, it just sparked. Something sparked in me, and I was like, dude, I fucking miss The Walking Dead. When The Walking Dead came out, season 1, it blew me away. I loved it. I loved season 1 so much. I watched it the October 31st, 2000 whatever, the day that it aired. The night that it aired. I came home from a Halloween party, and I loved it. Watched all 6 episodes. Bought it on Blu-ray when it came out. Watched all 6 episodes again. Watched all 6 episodes like 5 times, I swear to God. Season 2 came out a year fucking later, and I was kind of like involved with a bunch of other things, and just kind of fell out of it after like halfway through the season. And I haven't watched it since. And I was like, dude, like, there's so many seasons now. What are they on, like season 7 or something? And then you have the season of Fear the Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead season 2. I'm like, I miss The Walking Dead. Like, it's a great show. Like, at least from what I know of it. And this show got me thinking, like, oh my God, like, I miss this, like, dramatic, like, survivor in a zombie apocalypse. There's so much drama here. And I love that. It's my favorite thing about zombie movies, like Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, like Night of the Living Dead. It's about the characters. It's not even about the apocalypse. And it got me wanting to watch it. So that's why, you know, this is the only review tonight like this I'm doing, but I only watched the first 2 episodes, but I did really like the show. And it's actually coming out this week from Anchor Bay. And it has a bunch of special features, commentaries on every episode, I think, deleted scenes, webisodes, Q&As, stuff like that. So, you know, thank you, Anchor Bay. I hope this review will be appropriate, even though... And I'm going to watch the rest, obviously. I'll give you my feedback on that as well. But, yeah. So, Fear the Walking Dead Season 2. It's episode 1 and 2.
Well, that was strange. That was strange.
Right? That's why I wanted to go first to get that out of the way. But I really enjoyed those 2 episodes. I wanted to keep going, but I'm like, I got 2016 films to watch, man.
Mm-hmm.
I almost binge watched the whole fucking thing, dude. I swear to God, I was so ready for it.
Nice.
Okay, so I'll go next. The first thing I watched this past few weeks is I actually just got this to actually watch, and I had it in the collection for a few months now, I think, and I decided to give it a watch because I was very interested in it, and that is the documentary The Killing of America that Severin just released from the year 1982. If you haven't heard of this, it's a shock documentary directed by Sheldon Renee and Leonard Schrader, who, of course, is the brother of acclaimed director and writer Paul Schrader. He actually was nominated for awards himself in the field. And what this film dictates is the violence and decline of America at the point of 1982, and what the director feels about America during this time period. And he does this through a very interesting way with interviews with Ed Norris and a few other cops and police and judges and all that good stuff. And he also has a few interviews with some convicted killers, and it's also builds it up through news broadcasts and actual murder footage. Now, the very interesting thing about how this documentary is told, it has this narrator done by Chuck Riley, I believe it's the name of the narrator, who actually, and he does a really good job of bringing the science and tells you about certain scenes. The film begins with this news footage of a actual police shooting of a black man on the curb of the street, and we actually see that scene later in the film with what he was actually doing. We find out that this guy was what is known as a sidewalk sniper. He actually was holding a gun. They actually come in, and he has a little handheld gun, and he used to shoot people as they drove by in their cars, and we didn't know that, and they open it, and he introduces different things. Like they talk about like Robert F. Kennedy's assassination and JFK. They actually interview the guy who actually assassinated Robert F. Kennedy in this documentary. And then they dwell into like a few like serial killers like Gacy, of course, and Dahmer and Ted Bundy. And one that they interview is actually Edmund Kemper, who actually was the co-ed butcher. That was his nickname. And a very interesting way they delve, and it actually ends with some other notes, like they add like John Lennon's death in this, and that's actually how the film kind of wraps itself up. But very interesting documentary for the time period that it came out in, with a lot of like cool editing techniques and stuff. Of course, as us as horror fans, we might not find like some of the stuff that they talk about during this film, because we probably learned about it in like other documentaries, especially about like Dahmer and Gacy and all that good stuff. But it ends up, for the time period that this film came out in, that it was attempted, and of course this film was banned when it first came out in the public. And this,
does it say why it was banned?
Because of the extreme content of the film at the time period, because it actually shows like actual like real murders and stuff in the actual documentary.
Gotcha. This is like Faces to Death.
Yeah, but it's actual real stuff.
Well, some of that was real, right? Faces to Death.
I think so. I actually never seen that.
I think it's more like Traces of Death. Traces of Death was all real stuff.
Yeah, more like that. But of course, it also has like a cool feature where you can actually watch the Japanese edition of this film called Killin' USA, which of course the narration is in Japanese, but it's actually a longer version of the film. But what they added to it is like this weird like hippie like happiness scenes, with, like the happiness of America, and then they go back into like the dismal like stuff about the killings and all that good stuff. So it's it's very odd, and you hear like this Japanese narration, and you're like, what the hell is going on? But the actual like interviews and stuff are still in American. But it's a recommendable film if you're into like shock documentaries. This one's one of the earliest ones and has a lot of interesting things. So I'm going to give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. It's still worth a watch. Severin did a great job with this release too. Good special features, like commentaries with the director, Shellen Rand, and interviews.
Yeah, that actually sounds like right up my alley. Like, I love docs, obviously, and, you know, I even have a segment on here sometimes called Horror 101, so it's,
Yeah, I think you would like it, JP.
Cool. All right, first up here, it's a film I watched probably, I think this is one of the first ones I watched after, or during this break that we had, and from 2013, directed by Jim Jarmusch, I think it's how you say his name. I'm not 100% sure. He did like Ghost. Yeah, he directed Ghost Dog and stuff like that. And
Broken Flowers.
Broken Flowers with Bill Murray. That movie was so weird.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's
love
such a strange film. Yeah, it's good. And it's called Only Lovers Left Alive. Now this one I wish I had seen. I actually got this movie in the day after I'd done a top 10 of modern vampire lists. On my YouTube channel, and I wish I had seen this one before I did the list, because it definitely would have made my list. This is a really, really interesting take on, well, vampires. Really, it's this is the type of film that I really enjoy, man. If you're familiar with this guy's work, you know, he's a very artsy type, very calculated type director. You know, he really develops his characters, and that's what you get with this guy's films, right? So, basically, what this one is about, it's about these two. These vampires, right? They're living in a society where they've pretty much had it with, you know, society itself and general humans and things like that. The main character, what's his name? I think his name is Adam. Adam. He's living in like kind of like the outskirts of Detroit, and he's purposely living on the outskirts of Detroit because there's no one there. So anyways, Tom Hiddleston, he plays the main character, Adam. He is obviously a vampire, and he's been living for a long time. I think they specify in the film him and his girlfriend, which at this point in the beginning of the film, she's actually like over in Europe. They're kind of separated right now. They're still together, but they're separated. They're kind of separate lives and things like that. So it kind of showcases that a little bit. But Adam, they pretty much had it with humans, and they call the humans zombies in this film. It's kind of interesting because they're just drones to them, and they've basically had so much enough of society and stuff that they've secluded themselves, and that's how they want to live. They just want to be away from humans. So that's kind of an interesting contrast in this film, is that these vampires, they don't rely on, humans for blood and stuff. What they do is they go to they make deals with doctors at blood banks and things like that, and they get their O negative blood that way. And see, Adam's he's a really interesting type character too, because he's like an underground musician, and his music is actually getting out there. And this A&R guy, played by Anton Yelchin, I think he's kind of friends with this guy. Yeah, rest in peace to Anton Yelchin. But he's kind of an interesting character because, he gets Adam's music out there for people to listen to and things like that, but he can't tell anybody in the public or anyone where he is or who he is and things like that. So they've got this really interesting relationship, and it kind of shows. And this is about the only human that he really does care for. But so you got this whole thing with Adam, he's this very, very kind of melodic, calculated character and things like that. I love the fact in this film how the director, he approaches these characters. There's so much development with these characters that you really get invested. The time you spend with these characters is very well spent, and you feel for them. You really do feel for them. Essentially, this, the couple gets back together and they start living their lives like that and stuff. And like I said, they're living on the outskirts of Detroit, and I love how they showcase this because, as we know, Detroit's pretty much like a fucking ghost town. So it's kind of like the perfect place to live, right? And it's showcased so well. The cinematography, the locations used, it feels so empty and desolate. And it's like a pure reflection of these characters too, because that's how they are, living their lives. I mean, they're vampires, but they're very empty and alone and stuff because they've been around for 500 years and things like that. So essentially, they get back together. It's kind of like a love story. And what happens is the girl's sister comes to visit, and she kind of fucks things up and stuff. And then, shit kind of starts going down in the film because she starts to fuck with these humans and starts killing them. And they've really gotten away from that type of lifestyle, and they really don't want to do that. They just want to live their days out by doing whatever and stuff. And this film, it's a very, very beautiful, calculated film. Awesome, awesome characters. Cinematography is fucking beautiful. The music in the film is brilliant. It's really, really brilliant. It runs just over 2 hours, and it actually doesn't feel like a 2-hour film whatsoever. Like I said, the time you're invested into these characters and everything's kind of so interesting and calculated. A very, very melodic film. Definitely not for everybody, I would say. I mean, if you're looking for a vampire film with lots of blood and gore and stuff like that, it does have scenes with blood and a little bit of gore and stuff, but it doesn't rely on any of that stuff to sell this film at all. It's a very artsy film, but the thing that sells it though is the acting by Tom Hiddleston and what's her name?
Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, she's from the film We Need to Talk About Kevin. I don't know if anyone out there's ever seen that film, but she plays the mom in that one. Fuck, so good. Such a good film. But she's a really, really great actress, and they sell these characters so well. Very, very down and kind of it just has that feeling to it. Very, very empty feeling to this film. I love it. It's got such a great mood to it. But without saying too much about what actually happens in the film and stuff, let's get into my rating. I'm going to give it about a 9.5 out of 10. I think this is one of the best vampire films I've honestly ever seen. It's really fucking good on all levels. Like I said, if you're looking for something kind of high energy and high pace and stuff, this is not going to be for you. You have to take your time. You have to sit there and just kind of let it play out and stuff. And it's good. It's a really, really good film. I really enjoy this. And it has a great ending too. The ending's fantastic in this film. I really enjoyed it. So, yeah.
Nice.
Awesome ones.
I gotta
check it out. Yeah, check this one out. It's definitely worth your time. So
I'm a big Jarmusch fan, so I'll definitely check this one out.
Yeah, I actually really like Anton Yelchin too. He's been good in pretty much everything I've seen him in. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a really sad scene in this film involving him actually, and just the way it's filmed and what happens after and stuff with the characters, they're kind of sitting around and once you see the film, you know what I'm talking about. But it goes on for a long time, and it's just, oh man, just knowing what happened to him in real life and stuff, and the scene, you kind of compare the two, and you're like, ah, shit, man. Kind of sad, but yeah, he's really good in it though. He's a very likable character, actually. So,
all right. Speaking of vampires, the film that I'm going to be reviewing is Vamp from 1986, courtesy of Arrow Video. One thing that I'll say right away about the Arrow release is I don't like the cover art. Vamp has never had a good cover art ever to begin with, period. So, not really doing much, disjustice or whatever. This one follows two friends who are pledging in a fraternity, and it's kind of goes stupid, and they're like, this sucks, like, let's get some girls for their idea is to bring back a stripper to sort of entertain the fraternity and get in that way instead of the stupid whatever they're doing beforehand, which is really, really, really dumb. And so basically they go, and there's this part in this movie that I don't really understand where it seems like their car spins out of control and then they end up in a weird place. Is that what I'm supposed to get in this? Because I didn't understand. Is that what's supposed to happen? They transferred into a different universe or town or something? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched Vamp, but
it's like they're in another dimension, right?
Yeah,
they kind of go into that alternate world.
Yeah, because at first you just think that the first time I seen this, I just thought they went to a weird seedy town, but it seems like that something causes them to go there. They fucking hit something or swerve or whatever, and their car spins out of control.
They were kind of destined to go there. It's like that. It's kind of like this weird kind of vacuum vortex that kind of sucks in the humans for the vampires to feast on.
Yeah. So basically, they end up going to this strip club where there's this sort of lead vampire played by Grace Jones, and basically just campiness ensues, and it's a vampire film. One thing that I do like a lot about Vamp is the use of colors. There's a lot of pink and greens throughout this film, neon pink, tons of neon pink. Looks like something fucking out of an Argento film at times. You know what I mean? Not as elegant, but definitely there. They're down in the sewer, and there's all these different neon lights and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's not the best vampire film. Moods just said he watched one of the best vampire films that he's seen. This is definitely not one of the best I've ever seen. It's campy, sort of cheesy fun. But one thing that I do like is it actually stars one of the actors from A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, which is one of my favorite Elm Streets. Freddy's Revenge. It's Robert Russler as AJ, which I actually didn't even recognize until this watch. I've seen this movie before, but yeah. So Vamp, there's there's a decent amount of special features on there. I haven't watched any of them because honestly, I'm just not that interested in Vamp. But I will say the transfer on this, I think, is one of the weaker Arrows I've seen in a while. It's alright. Arrow always does good transfers, so even the bad ones are good technically, right? It's bad for Arrow, but it's still a good transfer. And this is one of the ones that I was like, it's not poppy as they normally are. So 6.5 out of 10 for Vamp. Still a fun little vampire movie.
Yeah, it's a fun film. It's even got Moods' favorite actor on it, Billy Drago.
Drago, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Okay. So, shout out to Matt, You and Your Horror Movies. This review's for him because I saw this film on his Shelf by Shelf series. So I picked it up and wanted to check it out, and it's called Bottom Feeder. Did you guys ever hear of this one?
Yeah, I own it. Yeah.
And it stars Tom Sizemore. Very interesting cover art, kind of weird, generic, creature feature cover art. So this film begins with this doctor who sells his serum to this kind of ailing, injured injured businessman. When we first meet this guy, he's kind of deformities, and he's in a wheelchair. And what the serum is this regrowth serum, but the doctor does say it does have its side effects, which when you inject it, it does make your body and it adapts you to be better, but it also starts to eat your insides. So what you have to do is you have to eat to make the serum better and make yourself better. And what you eat, you become kind of like it mutates you into something that you eat. So what ends up happening is they end up double crossing this doctor and leave him down there to die. They shoot him and actually inject him with his own serum to torture him because they know the side effects of it. Well, while this is going on, we're introduced like this utility servants crew that comes into the town, led by Tom Sizemore and a few of his buddies. And what they're there is for, as we find out later, is like Tom Sizemore and his other head of the guy that runs with him, that there's this like there might be some valuable stuff in this place. So they're like, yeah, let's go search, clean up the crew, and if they find anything, we'll take it, type deal. So what ends up happening is we go back to the doctor, and he's actually wounded, and he starts to like mutate. So he starts to eat a rat, and he ends up becoming like this rat-like creature. And they end up going through the tunnels and exploring in the utility, and these two meet, and it's up to them to try to survive and get out of there and before they get killed by this creature. So when I was getting into this, my expectations were very low for like this type of film. Of course, like Matt, he loves the Sci-Fi Channel films, and I was thinking that this was one of them. But to my amazement, there's actually some cool practical effects in this. The creature, of course, is practical, which was a plus, and it actually has some very good like gore scenes too, involving the creature's kills, which had me interested. And plus, the story isn't that original. Of course, guys in a tunnel getting chased by a monster. It's been done before. But I actually did kind of like the characters, even though some of the acting in the film was very shaky. But I actually did like Tom Sizemore in the film, which he has some shaky performances in his career, especially during this time period. But he was actually good and likable in the film. I'll give him that. So, Bottom Feeder, is it like an amazing film? Not at all. Is it a fun film? It is. So I'm going to give it a solid 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd probably give it the exact same rating. That's pretty much what I would rate it too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Back to you, Moons.
Oh shit, man! I thought we fucking lost him for a second there. That was weird.
Who, me or JP?
Yeah, no, it was weird. It just kind of fucking cut out.
Awkward silence.
Awkward, yeah. No, I totally thought
sounds of silence.
I was just waiting for someone to say, okay. Yeah, you know what? I can probably give a shout out to Matt. Also, I think I picked up this film. It's been on my list for a long time because I'm a really big fan of road horror films. Like, I love road horror. It's one of my favorite subgenres. This one's from 2004 called Highwaymen. You guys seen this one?
I've seen trailers for this like in the past when I was younger, but I actually never got a chance to check it out. Nope. This got Jesus in it, right?
Yeah, Jim Caviezel or whatever
Caviezel.
Yeah, he's got a weird name, man. This one's directed by Robert Harmon. Now, Robert Harmon is known for directing probably one of the best road horror films of all time in The Hitcher. So really? He kind of went back to his roots. Yeah, The Hitcher was his very first film, of course, from 1986, and then this one came out in 2004. So, he kind of tried his luck at doing a road horror film again. This one, not as good as The Hitcher by any stretch of the means, but, it's pretty decent, actually. Basically, what the story is, Jesus, I'm just going to call him Jesus, his wife was killed, mowed down by this assailant, and it turns out that this guy is like this notorious killer. Like, he drives this fucking souped up like 1970. I think it's like I'm not quite sure what kind of car it actually is, but anyways, he goes around from like county to county, like mowing people down, and he kills them, and that's just what he does. So anyways, he learns of this girl that just got in. Well, the killer tried to kill this chick, so he kind of teams up with her and stuff, and he's made it his life goal to hunt down this guy and fucking kill him himself because for obvious reasons he killed his wife. So these two team up after she had a run-in with him, and then they go to the road, and that's where your film takes place. It's pretty enjoyable, actually. There's a lot of pretty decent car scenes in this film. It plays out like an action film. It's just high energy and stuff like that. It's pretty decent, man. I gotta say, again, the acting in this film, you know, at times a little bit shaky and stuff. Like, I mean, he's not a bad actor, but he comes off as like, I don't know, man, almost overacting in this film at times. I don't know. It's weird. Mm-hmm. It's kind of strange at times, but it was good for a laugh anyways. But one of the most unique things about this film is, I mean, the story is very generic and things like that. You kind of know what you're to expect from a film like this, but is the killer himself. Now, the killer himself is insane. Absolutely fucking insane, man. So what had happened was he got into like a huge accident. The backstory with this killer is got in this huge accident, and they had to basically put him back together. So he's like this mechanical like maniac, you know. He's like all like, you know, kind of, you know, he's got like bar arms and like his,
what is he, Tessia?
Yeah, pretty much, man. It's kind of strange. Like he, you know, he still has limbs and things like that, but you know, it's all mechanical and stuff. But yeah, it's just like the most bizarre killer ever, and he's all like kind of souped up in this car, and it's pretty awesome, man. Very, very unique type killer and shit like that. So, but yeah, no, overall, man, the film was actually really enjoyable. It had some pretty good scenes, some pretty good kill scenes and stuff like that. Definitely some really awesome stunts. Like, that's what I like about films like this. You know, it's filmed like an old, you know, 70s action film where the cars are really flipping and shit like that. There's no CG involved in this stuff, and not a bad film overall. If I had to rate it, I would probably give it about a 6.5 out of 10. It was definitely enjoyable. If you like your road horror films, nothing special. You know, just enjoyable. It's more or less like a popcorn flick, really. I mean, there's nothing to it, so yeah, good stuff.
Oh, I do like some road horror, but yeah, moving on here, we have Moods, kind of mentioned it earlier in the show, C.H.U.D, 1984, cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers, or what was the other thing? It actually means something else. You find out in the film.
It's on like one of the. Yeah, it's on one of the. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
It's like something hazard disposal or something.
Yeah.
But C.H.U.D, this is coming to us courtesy of Arrow Video once again. We've got another Arrow here, and I was actually really excited for this release because I love C.H.U.D. C.H.U.D's my shit. Basically, what this film follows is murders in New York City. And we follow it from a few different characters' point of views, one of which is a cook that cooks for homeless people. He kind of runs a homeless shelter. His name is...
Daniel Stern.
Well, yeah, his name is Daniel Stern.
Rev.
Yeah, the Reverend. And Daniel Stern is obviously from Home Alone fame. He narrated The Wonder Years. He's in Leviathan. I'm a big fan of this guy. He's awesome. And... you know, basically there's something eating the homeless. Like, that's literally the plot. Like, there's something eating the homeless. The mayor is up to no good, or you know, like trying to stop people from investigating what's going on in the underground sewers of New York. And then you got a photographer, and he has baby mama drama. And you have another guy who's trying to figure this stuff out and put everything together. And basically, you know, it's the fucking Jaws with sewer monsters. You know what I mean? It's kind of this concept there. One thing about C.H.U.D is it is set in New York, and that means that everything it's not 2016 New York. It is 1984 New York. Everything is disgusting and filthy and slimy and gritty and nasty and scummy and just any other adjective you could use for absolutely just atrociously nasty.
And it's captured so well in the film too. It just feels gross.
Yeah, like Daniel Stern is walking around with just fucking this
dirty, like snot,
dirty
shirt,
sweaty
greasy sweat, just nasty, dude.
Doesn't that just gross you out when you're watching it? Like, he's like the Reverend, you know, he's taking care of these homeless people, but he looks homeless himself, and like, you know,
100%.
he's spooning out the soup and stuff. I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to eat soup out of that guy's bowl.
Yeah, he's interesting too, because he's an undergrounder, man. He's one of my undergrounders, and I haven't seen him in a while. like because you know they're
he calls them my people. They're my people.
Yeah, like they live. Some people kind of live underground in like the catacomb like city underground cities of New York and stuff, which, you know, I'm pretty sure there are, you know, were places like that, like in New York. I remember seeing a documentary on it. I think it was New York, but anyway, there's these monsters, man. They're coming up the manholes. They're, you know, finding their way in places, and you kind of see them off screen for a while. You don't really see, you just see their hand or like an eye light or something. And you do see them a little bit towards the end of the film. Not as much as you would think in like a creature feature. You definitely don't see the CH.U.Ds too often. Kind of a negative about that, because they do look cool. Like, they have these glowing ass eyes and stuff, but, you know,
that's definitely due to the budget in that film, though.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it's low budget.
Yeah.
Now, Moons mentioned that the transfer looked really good to him. I actually thought that it was just like it was another one of the Vamp situations for me. Like, it didn't knock my socks off. I did think it was better than Vamp's transfer, but I
thought the opening scenes actually, like, you know, the not the establishing shots, but like, well, like the very first scenes, like in the on the street there, I thought that looked really good. I thought it looked really good. I thought the highlights in the mood of the like the tone of the look, it looked really good, man. So
yeah, I thought it looked good. I don't know. It did, like, I've seen some other eras recently too, which have, in my opinion, much better transfers than C.H.U.D had. Now, this Blu-ray actually does come with the integral cut of the film, which I actually don't know what that is. I watched it, and I didn't really see... It didn't feel like there was much of a difference.
I was actually going to ask you, because I watched that cut also, and I didn't remember... Or I didn't really know what was different about it.
I think just certain dialogue scenes are kind of longer and stuff, and I don't know. Somebody actually answered it, but I already forgot because it was so minuscule. But yeah, so the integral cut, I don't know what it really is, but there's a lot of special features on here as well that I didn't get to, but I will, because I do really, really like C.H.U.D, especially it looks like they visit some filming locations of C.H.U.D, which is really, really cool. I like stuff like that. So C.H.U.D is a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite movies, honestly, you know, like for cheesy, you know, horror. I mean, the plot is ridiculous and certain things don't make sense, and it's very typical. Like, you could pretty much you can see the first like 20 minutes and pretty much rate the rest of the movie, and it's gonna end up exactly like the movie plays out. But I still give it a 7 out of 10. Solid stuff from C.H.U.D.
I honestly think it's a little bit too long. I think it takes a while to get going too. You got to be a little bit patient with it. I think it's like 30-40 minutes before things kind of start to pick up in the film, because there's a lot of like investigative stuff and things that are happening in the film in the beginning that I find that it's a little tedious. Not like terrible tedious, but it takes a little bit.
I can do without the baby mama drama. John Hurt.
Yeah, there's like a little social commentary about like abortion in that too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then we get a cameo by Goodman in one of his first roles.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, C.H.U.D, awesome stuff. All right, so next film I have is actually a film from 2016, and it's known as Lights Out. Have you guys heard of this one yet?
Heard of it, haven't seen it in the mail from Netflix, coming soon.
Have you heard and seen it yet, Moods?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I've known about this one all year and stuff, but...
Yeah, so this one is, of course, produced by James Wan. It's produced by his production company, and the cool thing about this film...
It's Blumhouse, isn't it?
No, it's James Wan.
It's not Blumhouse?
No.
I swear to God, Blumhouse released that. Okay.
But, yeah, produced by James Wan, and it's... Actually, the cool thing about this is I actually didn't know about this. It's actually based off a short film which James Wan saw and wanted the director to make it expanded and make it a feature film, which I actually haven't seen the short film yet. Kind of curious on it.
I heard the short film's amazing. I heard that, yeah, it makes sense that's why he, went after it.
Yeah, but this one's, of course, directed by the same guy who directed that, David F. Sandberg. And interesting cast in this one. We got Teresa Palmer, Gabriel Bateman, and Maria Bello, who JP would probably know from like Big Driver. She was the main star of that. Okay. Yeah, and it follows what ends up happening is Rebecca is a girl who actually left her home, and after her father abandoned her, and once she finds out her stepfather was actually murdered in his warehouse, so she ends up figuring out, and her brother ends up coming to visit her, and she gets calls from child services that her brother is actually experiencing some of the same things she did when she lived at home. So it ends up being a force where we actually end up meeting her mother again, and we find out that there's actually a dark entity attached to her mother. And what that means is it starts to attack them too, but since the title of the film, it only attacks when there's no light. So if you're in the light, it won't attack you. Kind of like a Darkness Falls type deal. Now, when I was hearing about this film going into it, it was kind of like a lot of negativity because they're like, it's not going to be like the short film. They should have kept the ending of the short film. But as someone who hasn't seen the short film before, this one actually not a bad film. The only problem with it is it's very formulaic in its structure and story. Formulaic. That's the word I was thinking. In the words of Jeremy, fuck you, JP! Formulaic, yes, thank you. But it has a lot of good tensions. I actually like the characters, for instance. I like Teresa Palmer. I'm actually a big fan of her. Woohoo. She's a really beautiful girl. And I like her as the character Rebecca. She's a very strong character. And I love the relationship between her and her little brother, Martin, who's a little younger, played by Gabriel Bateman. And they have like a really great connection. And I actually really like the mystery of Maria Bello's character as their mother. Very interested in how her character plays out through the film, through its ending. And I actually did like the ending. That's another negative that I was hearing a lot, that, the ending sucked. It actually is a really strong ending if you think about how the film goes and there is a lot of jump scares in this film. But for me, the jump scares actually worked because I was watching this late at night with the lights off, and it was fucking actually creeping me the fuck out in some scenes, which kind of benefited with watching this type of film, especially with the scenario and what's going on with it. So if I had to rate Lights Out, I'm going to just give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. It's a very well and interesting film with its aspect and music score, and the jump scares actually have worked for me. But of course, it's a little formulaic. That is the only problem with it with me. Really cool film. I actually say check it out. 7.5.
Yeah, that's pretty much about what I was hearing from most people, was that it is a little formulaic and kind of what you'd expect.
Yeah. I thought it looked actually okay, so I still want to check it out.
Yeah, 7.5. Still solid rating.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, since it's December, I thought I'd give this one a rewatch. I haven't watched this movie in, I don't know, it's been a few years since I've checked it out, and because it kind of has a Christmas aspect to it and stuff. But 2007, it's called Wind Chill. You guys ever seen this one?
Nope.
I heard it. That's the one with Emily Blunt.
Yeah, I mean, Emily Blunt, Ashton Holmes is in this film. Your two main characters. Basically, the story in this one is now I believe Emily Blunt's character doesn't even have a name in this film. It's kind of strange, but anyways, she's looking for a ride home because due to some certain circumstances or whatever, she usually flies home. Like, she's in school with Ashton Holmes' character, which his name's Guy. Or his name is not Guy. These characters, it's so bizarre that I don't really think they even have names. It's like so fucking weird. But anyways, and he's kind of a creep too. It's awesome. But anyways, Emily Blunt, she usually flies home from school. This particular year, something happens. She can't do the funding, so she needs to get a ride. Well, Ashton Holmes' character, he says that he lives about where she's from. And he's like, well, fuck, I'm driving home for the holidays too, so you can jump in my car and I'll take you home. And she's like, perfect. They don't really know each other. They just kind of have classes with each other and see each other in passing and stuff. So they start traveling home for the holidays, and of course Ashton decides that he's going to take a shortcut, and they have a bad accident, which leaves them stranded like in the middle of nowhere. It's fucking winter time, and now they have to kind of survive because some shit starts going down. Where they have had this accident, It was the site of it's been the site of many accidents over the years, and lots of dead people, or lots of people have died and stuff. So now they start being haunted by these ghosts of all these people and stuff like that. So that's your storyline. This one right here, man, it's such a moody and atmospheric film. It just, when you watch this movie, it feels so damn cold. Like, you actually feel sorry for the characters because they're trapped in this car. And, well, not like fully trapped, but, you know, that's just where they are. They're stationary in this car trying to keep warm and stuff. But you can tell that this one was filmed like in the dead of winter, super cold and stuff. But I like the whole setup to this film. It's very simple. It's a very easy premise and stuff. But the way they execute it, it's kind of cool, because when I first watched this film years ago, I wasn't expecting it to be so psychologically, you know, invoking. You know, this one is like total psychological type film. And it's really cool, man. I like the whole backstory and stuff. I'm not going to reveal, you know, anything about like where this accident sites and, you know, the history of that and stuff, but it's something you got to check out for yourself. But it's very cool, like how it all kind of comes together and things like that. And good performances, really good performances. Emily Blunt's really good. She's actually a British actress, I believe, and she's obviously playing American in this film. There's no hint of her accent at all in this. Like, she plays it off really good. Ashton Holmes, his character, he's a very creepy guy. Like, he knows a lot about her and things like that, and so they have this kind of weird contrast. Like, they end up pretty much kind of hating each other during this film and stuff, because she finds out certain things about him, and it just turns out that he's a total creepball. But and you got all this other kind of shit going on and stuff. But very cool film, man. I really highly recommend this one. I love the cues in this film too, because basically what happens is when these ghosts and these certain things start to happen, there's kind of a cue in the film, and the stereo will come on and it'll play this certain Christmas song, and then shit starts to kind of go down. But I really like that kind of formula where there's like a cue to it, and you know something's going to happen, but you don't really know what that is actually going to happen. And it's cool, man. It's really cool. Very awesome psychological thriller. It's great cinematography. This is the type of film that would be tough to be in, because like I said, man, it's cold as hell. It's just, it looked like a really demanding type shoot and stuff. So, but I highly recommend this film. Definitely give it a shot. It's, you know, watch it during the holidays. You know, it's a Christmas type film. So I give it 8.5 out of 10. I think it really has a lot going for it. It has a lot of really good things and stuff. So, but check out Windshield. Awesome movie.
Nice.
All right. Continuing along here, I have a film that I have seen before, but I never really liked it like I did this time watching it. So this was a rewatch is key, and it is The Dead Zone, 1983, David Cronenberg.
Nice.
I remember when I first watched this, I was like, oh, like, yeah, it was good. What's all the hype about that? I mean, like, of course it was a good movie, but I just didn't see it sort of for what it truly is, and it's actually really good. So let's get into this. It basically follows a man who is a teacher. He has a fiance, very promising career, successful life, played by Christopher Walken, and he ends up in a car accident where he becomes comatose. And if that's not bad enough, he's actually in a coma for 5 years, which is a huge chunk of life, right? And basically, when he awakens, everything has changed. His fiancée has moved on. She remarried. His life is gone. Everything is just, you know, it's 5 years later. People have moved on, not knowing if he'd ever get out of it. And that's not all, but he has, like, these sort of psychic, like, telekinetic type of powers now. Like, the psychoactive power where when he sort of touches people or creates physical contact with others, he sees sort of the future and sees sort of things about them. And basically, he begins to help the police in sort of murder investigations, and he becomes sort of a hero to some, but he's sort of a reluctant hero because he doesn't really want any of this. He just wanted what he had. Man, dude, like, this movie, like, I was just so into it this time. I don't know what the difference was between this time and the last time I watched it, but I guess I should say that I'm not a big fan of Christopher Walken. I know that he's, like, really well respected and, like, people, like, love him and stuff, but I just never really got into him. Like, I did not like him. I just wasn't super into him ever. And for some reason, it just clicked with me with this performance, and I loved it. Like, I could feel the, like, sorrow in the sadness and sort of almost like I guess I have to do this type thing in his voice. It just came through really well. And there's also this sort of dynamic where it plays off of like the idea of destiny, right? Like there's destiny, and it's interesting that the story has to do with him seeing the future, and yet like he has this idea of destiny as well, because it's like, is it destiny or is it changeable? Like, is the future changeable type thing? Really cool dynamic there, and it kind of just ends in like a satisfying way to me. I don't know. It's just it felt right. It felt like that's the way it should end. It felt like whatever the end is for this character, it felt like that was appropriate. Just a really good movie, and this one came to me courtesy of actually Via Vision over in Australia. A Blu-ray which has a fantastic transfer on it as well. There is a lot of special features which I haven't dug into. I just was kind of putting this one off because I was like, fucking Dead Zone. I've seen it before, but I just was so into it this time. And the Dead Zone is a great movie. It's kind of a weird that Cronenberg did this one too, because he's so body horror and he's not really he's not religious or. I think I've even heard quotes where he said that's fantasy and silly stuff ghosts and shit, but this one is very supernatural, so it's kind of interesting that he did this film. It kind of stands out of some of the films that he's done in a way.
It's an adaptation, right? So
it is an adaptation of course, Stephen King film or Stephen King book. Not sure the differences on the story versus the movie.
Man, it's been so long since I've read the book, I couldn't even tell you the differences.
I thoroughly enjoyed, and it's short too. It's only like an hour and 20 minutes or something. You know what I mean? You just care. At the end of the day, you just care what's happening to Christopher Walken's character a lot. I'm going to go ahead and give this film a 9 out of 10. Very solid stuff. I love the Dead Zone this watch for sure. What do you guys like the Dead Zone too?
What was your previous rating on that film?
I think an 8.
Oh yeah.
So that's up a full point.
Yeah, I love the Dead Zone. I haven't seen it in years.
Dead Zone is actually one of my favorite Stephen King adaptations to film.
Yeah, it is one of mine too now.
Interesting. Love that film. Great cast in that one too. Now, okay, since Moods actually did a Christmas-related film, this is actually kind of funny because this film has been brought up a lot recently on the show. I decided to watch Jack Frost.
Oh, man. Yeah, I got my Blu-ray in the mail as well.
Since it's been almost 20 years since I seen this film when it first came out, so I was very interested to see how it was, especially the way you guys talk about it and the interaction and just the jokes about it being 7 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10. So I decided to give my own gist of this film. Of course, we're introduced to our main thing that happens with this convicted killer named Jack Frost. How convenient that the killer is named Jack Frost.
Yeah.
Is on his way on death row, and what ends up happening is he ends up escaping, but unbeknownst, the death row van actually crashes into this cryogenical fluid that explodes, and it ends up exploding on him, and it ends up mutating him into a fucking killer snowman. Fucking hilarious. And unbeknownst and how convenient writing this is, it ends up happening right near the town where the sheriff that actually captured him all those years ago actually works and is the sheriff of this town, known as Snowminton. Really funny title for that town too.
Yeah, convenient title.
Yeah.
And fucking ends up going on a revenge spree where he actually ends up taking out the townspeople on the way, but his main goal is to try to get revenge on this sheriff for what he did to him. First up, for a film like this about a killer mutant snowman, you know what you gotta get yourself into. It's gonna be cheesy, gonna have a lot of cheese factor in it with the kills and the way the killer is. And another thing is, I noticed on like this Blu-ray, I know you guys mentioned this in the show before about the snow, and it's actually like cotton and cotton swabs and stuff, and you kind of notice it a little bit and stuff in like this edition. The snowman effects, though, I did like some of them. The snowman suit, on the other hand, is kind of cheesy when it's up close and personal.
$100,000 that cost.
Yeah, he took the money and ran, man.
But it's still fun, and I do enjoy like how fun this film is. It has a lot of fun, like quirky characters in it, and a lot of quirky situations, including a young Shannon Elizabeth who's fucking hot in this film. Really love that scene again. It's been like 20 years, and it really brings memories like that scene in the tub, of course, with like the fucking snowman and fucking dying laughing again. But yeah, when I was watching this release, I did watch this a few times. I did watch it with the commentary with the director, Michael Cuny.
Did he comment on that suit? Because I mainly wanted that release for the special features.
I'm trying to remember. I might have to watch it again, but he might have. Don't hold me to that. But there's also a cool interview with actually the guy who plays Jack Frost and Scott McDonald, where it's actually funny. Like he tells a story where he actually was getting fitted for molds for like an episode of the X-Files he's working on, and he actually goes to the same company that made the suit. So later on, he looking at like all the things that these people have made. Like he saw like some of the figures from like Star Wars and certain other things like creatures from movies and stuff. And in the corner of the eye, he sees the Jack Frost head, and he points up and saying, "That was me." And all the like special effects guys and geeks were like hovering over him, asking questions about, "You were Jack Frost? How was that like?" and stuff, and like asking the question. It was actually a very cool interview, and I actually liked how he dwelled into like the situations with like the character and how he got like the one-liners. He talks about how many takes they did with like the quotes and stuff, and he's excited which ones they were going to use on the screen. Yeah, so Jack Frost, if I had to rate it,
hold up. Before you rate it, think very carefully about how this could come back to haunt you.
Nah, just do it. Just do it.
I gotta say, it's a very averagely made film. It has a lot of like low budget constraints to it, but it's super fun, and it's the one that you could rewatch from time to time. So if I had to rate it, I'm giving it a solid 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Fuck the rewatchability and the fun factor. It's a solid 7.
Listen, I like
it's
Jack
for
Frost.
low budget shit. It is. It's actually pretty poorly made, to be honest, but it's so much fun, man. That movie has so much charm, unlike its sequel.
It does have a lot of charm.
It has a lot of heart in it.
So fun. Like I like Jack Frost. I want to do a commentary on it. Honestly,
I think you should.
That's one that I want to do.
Yeah, we should do that.
Listen, I want to start doing commentaries. Like, I'm not even joking. Like,
honestly, I've done my own, watching movies and just making snark remarks while watching movies and shit, man. But like, a full commentary would be fun, especially with a film like that, because commentaries, having fun, watching a fun film, shit, count me in.
Yeah, and now that I've actually done a commentary, like, I don't feel like it would be too hard to actually do. Like, before I used to think like, I don't know, it might be hard. But yeah, Jack Frost would be definitely one that I would like to do. I actually had one planned to do with, who was I doing Jack Frost with? Jeremy? I think I was doing Jack Frost with Jeremy last year. We never got around to doing it. So, yeah.
Q.
The
All right.
film always goes back to haunt us. So.
Now this one, I actually had in my cart for so long. I wanted to pick this movie up for the 2002 show. So yeah, this movie's from 2002, and it's called Wishcraft. Now, I never got a chance to watch this when we did the 2002 show because I just kind of forgot about it. And I ordered this thing like a couple months ago, and it finally showed up. Like, just randomly. I thought it was lost in the mail, and it just randomly showed up. I'm like, gnarly. It didn't get lost. So, yeah, have you guys ever heard of this one called Wishcraft?
Wish, like Wish?
Yeah, Wishcraft.
I heard of it when I was research in 2002, but that's about it.
But you never did watch it for
Nope.
the show? No? Okay.
Nope.
I don't think anyone actually did, to be honest. But yeah, it was one that was super cheap. It was only a penny on Amazon, so it was when it got lost, which I thought it got lost in the mail. I was like, whatever, it's just fucking $3.50, right? So, but it showed up, man. So this one right here is actually starring Alexander Holden. I like this chick, man. She was in Dead End. She was also in Dead End, which is another kind of Christmas-themed horror film. I'm sure you guys have seen. And love that movie, by the way. But there's something about Alexander Holden, man. She's got this, like, she's fucking beautiful, but she's a good actress, too. I don't know. There's something about her. She's kind of like this good package deal with her. But anyways, the storyline in this movie, we follow our main character, Brett Bumpers, I think is what his name is. And he's kind of like a dorky high school kid and things like that, you know. He's not like down on his luck and things like that, but you know, things just don't really seem to go his way completely and stuff. Anyways, one day, basically he's tutoring Alexander Holden's characters. Her name's Samantha in the film. He's tutoring her, and he's kind of like liking her and stuff, but you know, she's the most popular, beautiful girl in school, and she's dating like the high school you know, the football player and stuff like that, you know, that very typical type slasher type shit. And, you know, he basically has no chance of ever getting into her pants and things like that, which he wants to. So this one particular day, he checks his mail, and he gets this package in the mail, and it's like this weird, like, totem thing. And it basically what it is I think it's like a bull penis or some shit like that.
What?
He gets this package and he just kind of freaks out and throws it in the garbage. He's like, oh, that's fucking disgusting. Like, what the hell? Who the hell would send me that thing? But he reads a letter and it says, now, this thing was picked up in blah, blah, blah country, and it will grant you 3 wishes. And he's like, oh, fuck, whatever. Just kind of writes it off. So he keeps tutoring Samantha and stuff, and then he kind of starts thinking about it. He's like, I really want to go to the dance with her. So he just wishes for it, and it happens. She comes up to him, and she's like, oh, yeah, you know, I was kind of thinking about it, and I want to go to the dance with you. And he's like, holy shit, this thing actually fucking works. So then he uses a second wish, and he wishes that she becomes his girlfriend. So she becomes his girlfriend and stuff. And when this happens, now the body count starts to mount. People start getting killed off in the school, and he kind of is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this related to this and stuff? So he doesn't really use his third wish. And then the film kind of goes from there and stuff. So, yeah, and then the bodies start mounting up.
So number 5 in your top 10 of 2002, right?
No. You know, this movie actually it's pretty enjoyable to watch. It's got a lot of the, you know, the very, very typical slasher elements and things like that. But what actually separates this one is the characters are actually very, very likable in this film. The acting actually is... Donkey penis, yeah, of course. But you really like your main leads. Like, she's that popular girl, but she's likable in so many ways. And actually, so is Brett. You know, he's not like this annoying, down on the luck type character and stuff. He's actually he's a very kind of strong person and stuff. So it's very nice and refreshing to see your main characters actually be very likable in this film and stuff. But I gotta say, man, the way the whole storyline, how everything kind of comes full circle in this one, and the reveal of the killer and stuff, it was a little bit predictable. I kind of picked it out who was doing the killing probably about halfway through the film. I kind of thought about it, and I was like, but I couldn't figure out why. And then, of course, it does explain in the end why exactly he's doing this and shit. Kind of cool. It's kind of cool. You know, this is a different type of slasher film. They're using like a little bit of, you know, quote unquote supernatural elements to it and things like that. And, you know, I give them props for trying something like this. You know, it's different, you know, especially in a time in 2002, we talked about it many, many times. You know, horror in certain elements, you know, in slashers and stuff was kind of stale. You know, it was resurged by, you know, of course, Scream, but all these clones, all these things that came after. I Know What You Did Last Summer, you know, shit like that. But this one, it was just kind of refreshing. They tried something different, and, you know, it worked for the most part. It was still, you know, very formulaic and shit like that, but, you know, it has its moments. The kills, yeah, I mean, that's something that probably could have been worked on a little bit. There's a little bit of gore in this, and a couple scenes I thought were pretty damn cool, but I really thought that they could have done a lot more with the kills. There's probably budget constraints and things like that. That's usually what happens in these slasher films. At least the effects were all practical, which is good. But
that era of slasher films was not very gory, honestly.
No, I know, it's kind of weird, right? But there was so much potential in this one to have like some really, really good kills. There was a couple decent ones. It's kind of funny the way that this film's edited together, though. Like, you get introduced. It's one of those type of films where a lot of the people that are getting picked off in this film are introduced at that moment they're dying. You know, it's one of those type of films. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why is Charlie? Who the fuck is Charlie? Why is he dying? Why is he getting his head cut off and shit? Like, you're like, what the hell? But, you know, it tries to explain it in the end and things like that. So, but, you know, all in all, it's not a bad watch. I do recommend this one. It's better than, you know, a lot of the films that came out in that time period. It's one I'd never hear anyone really talk about either. I think...
Yeah,
I know,
I've never heard anybody talk about it.
I know Matt has this film, and I know he's seen it. I can't remember his thoughts on this film, but, you know, it's okay. If I had to rate this one, I'm going to give it about a 6 out of 10. Give it a shot, man. If you like those early 2000 slasher films, maybe Andy, you might like this one. Andy actually probably won't, because he seems to hate more slashers than he actually likes, right? But you know, I give him props. Thank God the acting was good, or else this movie probably would have been a total bust. But Wishcraft, it's okay. Check it out.
I'm kind of a sucker for that era of like teen horror film. Like I really like those era. Like even like sort of the one, like what did I watch from 2002? Spliced or the Ripper or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Like I like those. So
yeah,
I'll check.
I am too, man. Like
sounds
anytime
fun.
I come across these type of slashers, man, honestly, it's not a bad film. It's pretty well made. It's shot pretty well. It's acted pretty well and stuff. It's at least they tried something different. I you know, you got to give them props for that, man. You know, kind of mixing with the supernatural and shit. It's kind of cool. Predictable. That's the only problem I have with these type of films. It's probably because, you know, we've watched like a million of these type of films, and it just seems like you can kind of predict these things. You know, it's like, I'm pretty sure that's the killer. Yep, sure enough.
Predict these things. All right, so moving on here, I have 1988's Slugs, courtesy of Arrow Video. Chuck another Arrow off the list. I probably watched this film about 5 times in the past month.
I actually watched the Arrow Blu-ray screener too.
Yeah, dude, I've been popping this one in all the time, just having it on in the background, whether I'm doing like, I've had it on during the podcast.
When we did our live chat.
Live chat. Yeah, Slugs, directed by J.P. Simone,
yep.
who is the director of Pieces and Drift. So Slugs, it follows what the hell is he? Some sort of health inspector or something like that?
I believe so, yes.
Who gets called in for different things, and basically there's people dying in this town, and the audience knows what it is. It's these fucking mutant giant slugs. But the characters slowly find out that it's these giant mutant fucking slugs. And when they do, they're usually dead before they can tell anybody, except for this guy, this lead character here who begins to piece it together because he goes and he takes one of these slugs to a science guy. And I don't know about you guys, but I've always loved, like, you know, Gremlins and stuff where like somebody like knows something that the rest of the world doesn't, and they like take something to like a science guy, like some sort of scientist, and then he's like, "This is very peculiar. These giant slugs look mighty giant lately." You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just a sucker for those type of like scenes in movies where they're like studying the specimen in their lab, and of course it gets out and kills a guinea pig. It's like right out of Gremlins, and this do the same thing.
Yeah.
Which Gremlins, well, maybe we'll talk about that soon.
Oh yeah.
Basically, man, it's fucking once again Jaws, but with slugs. Like it's the same plot as C.H.U.D, essentially, but it's slugs this time. And I mean, it's fucking like damn close in story to C.H.U.D and Jaws. Just, you know, different settings and stuff. The cool thing about slugs, though, is just how awesome these slugs look. Like, they look great. There's like fantastic gore. This is like, there's no way a film like this would happen nowadays, like without the help of CGI. Like, just no way they're taking the time to do this, because it looks annoying as shit to have to do all this. There's one scene in particular that literally is like one of my favorite moments in horror, and it's when it's like a close-up view of one of the slugs like chomping at somebody's finger. It's great.
It's literally one of the funniest moments that.
The little Dracula, Count Chocula teeth.
Yeah, dude. It's like,
Good man.
it's
I
like
love his
straight out of a
reaction too.
cartoon.
His reaction is so
Yeah.
good.
It's like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, it gets kind of nasty too because there's actually another. They actually kind of develop a little bit more with like. Apparently, there's these like worms that attach to the slug's brain.
Yeah,
or
the
whatever,
parasites.
and yeah, which is common in the insect world. And they kind of utilize that pretty cool too. But these slugs are growing giant. I almost wish there would have been like one mega like super slug that was like
a giant slug.
Yeah,
Then they could have had slugs versus the nest.
Yeah. But man, like I don't know, there's just something about slugs that I love. Like I remember the first time I seen this movie, it grosses me out too. There's a scene where these two are having sex, and of course they fall off the bed and they're naked.
Oh
and
yeah,
slugs are all over them and they're bleeding.
That's a
everywhere.
vicious scene, man.
Yeah. It looks great, man.
I still think my favorite scene in this film though is the restaurant scene, man. That shit is unreal.
Straight
It's
up,
unreal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's like it's fucking like Slugs and The Nest would be like the greatest double feature ever. They're just very similar fun films, and man, I don't know, dude. Slugs
You want
is
a trip?
shit.
Yeah.
I will say that the transfer on Slugs is great. That it's better than the previous two arrows that I've talked about. What did you think of the moods?
Oh, the transfer on this one's amazing. It's probably
Yeah.
it's better than C.H.U.D for sure.
Yeah. So there's special features on it. I didn't get to any of the special features, guys, but I will say that the cover art on Slugs, that's some top-notch Arrow cover art right there. I'm very critical of Arrow's cover art, and C.H.U.D wasn't bad, but Slugs is where it's at. I give Slugs a solid 7 out of 10.
Nice.
Yep.
Fun film.
QQ.
Okay, so the next film that I'm going to talk about, I'm going back to the 90s again with my next film, and I don't know if you guys heard of this film or seen it. It's kind of like in the disturbing cinema secrets or circle of films, and I know one of our Facebook friends and listeners actually recommended this film to me, and this is a shout out to Joanna, so I told her I was going to review this, so here it is. Yep, Singapore Slang from 1990.
Yes.
This is a Greek film directed by Nikolaitis. I believe that's how you fucking pronounce that last name. Some of the Greek directors and their crazy last names, like Makarakis and Nikolaitis. But this is a very interesting film because it kind of sets up like with this noir setting where we follow like this detective who is injured in the first scene of the film where we meet him, and we find out that he's like kind of like lost his job and stuff like as the film progresses, kind of like a mystery going on. But we find out that he's actually trying to find his long lost love, whose name is Laura, and his detecting skills lead him to this house, which is run by this mother and daughter duo who have like these weird like sexual fetishes, and they end up, since he's wounded, end up capturing him and tying him down to a bed, and they torture him pretty much to find out what he's doing because he was on their property, and it ends up with their ways of torture are sexual. And a very odd film, I have to say, like the ways of torture that this film progresses involving like sexual, like perverted scenes that involve like shock treatment and bondage, and one of the fucking weirdest like dinner scenes, I have to say. It has like this weird, odd dinner scene where they're all just fucking stuffing their faces in front of them and throwing up, and it's very odd. You know what I'm talking? Yeah, and it's fucking like fingering the food and eating stuff and feeding it to him. It's fucking gross.
Dude, you're making me gaggery now, man. This is disgusting.
But it involves a lot of like weird, like odd things that happen. And I gotta say, even though this film has a lot of disturbing and fucked up shit in it, it's beautifully shot. There's a very elegance with like it has like this like black and white. It's all black and white and has like that noir look to it. And even with the soundtrack, it's very noirish. And another weird thing that I had to say about the film, though, is the story is kind of odd because they have like a little thing that the mother and daughter do that involves role playing, where they actually play other characters that they talk about in the film, and they narrate it as the film progresses. The two mother and daughter team, and it's just very odd, and you kind of might get a little confused if you're not used to like that type of like storytelling and filmmaking. But other than all, this film has a great like setting, and I like the characters. It's kind of like a plain ways because it is only 3 characters that you follow through like this fucking fucked up shit that happens. So I had a blast with it. If I had to rate it, I'm giving it a solid 8.5 out of 10. If you're into disturbing cinema, this is def one that you have to check out. And it's a hard watch, but once you see it, you won't forget it. Singapore Slang, 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I've had that one on a list to get forever. I've never seen it.
Oh, it's fucked, man.
Yeah, it sounds disgusting. So maybe I'll just make a big pot of chili and eat it while I'm watching it. That's disgusting, man.
I watched it twice too.
Did
Synapse?
Yeah,
Yes.
Synapse put that out, right? Yeah, okay, that's right.
Transfer's great.
Yeah, I mean, Synapse always does really good work. So, yeah. So for my next one here, actually, this one's kind of a Christmas themed film. Also, didn't really mean to do that, but yeah, that's kind of strange. This one right here is actually the third part in. I don't know if this trilogy has a name or anything, but the other 2 film. Well, here, I'll just tell you this one. 1972. Whoever slew Auntie Rue. Yeah. So this one right here.
That's the third part in something?
Yeah. So this is the follow-up to whatever happened to Aunt Alice and what's the matter with Helen. So.
Huh.
Oh, really?
Whatever happened to Aunt Alice.
The middle of a trilogy. Apparently.
I know. I've always known about whatever happened to Aunt Alice, but the DVD's been out of print for fucking ever. I've never been able to get my hands on it. I didn't know that was actually like the first part in like this trilogy or whatever. I don't think they're connected at all. I think they're just connected by Shelley Winters being a lead, I guess. So yeah. So of course this one's starring Shelley Winters, and it is set in 1920, in like the 1920s in England. And basically what the story is here, Shelley Winters plays she's like a rich American woman living in England. And every Christmas, she basically holds a party for this orphanage. She invites a whole pile of the kids from this orphanage to her house, where she, they all stay the night, and she buys them all presents, and they play games, they sing and dance, and just do a whole pile of stuff that we don't do nowadays, because in the 1920s they didn't have like cable and shit like that, right? So it had other ways to keep themselves occupied. But so anyways,
tell me they wasn't podcasting?
No. But basically, the story is with Shelley Winters. She, or Auntie Rue or whatever. She, on the outside, she appears to be like this normal, awesome, wealthy woman. Just, she's very nice to everybody and things like that. But she actually has a kind of a dark past. What has happened to her is her daughter was tragically had an accident and died and stuff like that. And she actually kept the remains of her daughter, and she keeps them like in this coffin upstairs and stuff.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. So she's kind of got this whole fucked up kind of dark secret going on and stuff. And what she does at nighttime, like every once in a while, she kind of does these seances, and she with these other people and stuff, and just to talk to her daughter, and because she's been obsessed with her daughter. And so she kind of gets this idea where, since she's holding these parties for all these orphanage kids and stuff, in reality, she's actually looking for a little girl to replace her daughter. So essentially, that's what she wants to do, and essentially does kind of do it. She ends up abducting this little girl, and unfortunately, her brother, the little girl has a brother too. And so he kind of becomes a problem and stuff like that. But so she ends up abducting this daughter to replace her daughter and things like that. And, it's kind of your story right there. Now, what this movie actually is basically just a telling of Hansel and Gretel. It's exactly the Hansel and Gretel story. So if you guys are familiar with Hansel and Gretel.
Less German.
Just a lot less German. But this one even has, like, the little brother, or the little boy in this film, he kind of almost narrates the film a little bit at times, and he's even kind of telling the Hansel and Gretel story. over as you're watching the film and stuff like that. It's a really well-made film. I love these period pieces, man. I think that, even though this one was made in 1972, so it kind of has a 70s feel to it, but it has this perfect 1920 look, man. Like the costumes and everything used in this film, very, very well done. Acting, top notch. Everyone in this film is so good. Shelley Winters is such an amazing actress, man. Everything I've ever seen her in, she pulls off, man. She's so likable, and at the same time, she always plays like these really kind of dark, unlikable characters and stuff, but she just pulls it off so well. Oh, just fantastic stuff, man. Everything about this movie was great, man. Really good stuff. I gotta say, man, like the cover art on this, it totally makes it look like a slasher film. Have you guys seen the cover art for
the teddy bear?
Yeah, it's
about slasher and teddy bears.
That's what it looks like. It kind of makes it look like a slasher. But I mean, the teddy bear actually is a part of the film and stuff like that too. So, no, I really like this, man. I like how they turned, this telling of Hansel and Gretel. It's very much to the to the point of the story, and stuff. And I really like the third act in this film too, because how they kind of twist things up and, like, is she actually going to be doing this to these kids, or is she not going to do, or is the kid just like totally putting it in his sister's head that, she was actually going to try and eat these kids and stuff like that. I think the whole third act in this film was actually really, really well done. I love the way this thing ends and stuff, but I highly recommend this, man. Awesome film all around. It's got a great kind of Christmas overtones to it and stuff. And it's just a brilliant film. I'm gonna give this one a solid 9 out of 10. Check it out. Whoever slew Auntie Roo. Awesome film.
Surprised that one didn't make our Christmas poll.
Yeah,
I honestly didn't even know it was a Christmas movie. So
me neither. Yeah, maybe next year.
Yeah, there's always next.
Well, it's funny because every time I've even kind of Googled Christmas related horror films and stuff, this one never comes up. It's because I think, like, it's funny too, because the whole premise of the film is her taking in these orphanage kids for Christmas and giving them presents and and stuff like that. And it's kind of strange though that it's not mentioned at all. So, but
interesting.
Yeah, good stuff.
All right. So moving on here, I'm staying right in the 80s. This is going to be a shorter review because we've actually recently reviewed this film as a featured review this year, and it is Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. This film follows, Henry Lee Lucas. It's based on the serial killer Henry Lee Lucas and his roommate Otis Driftwood as they go randomly murdering people on a killing spree. We've done an entire featured review, episode 83. Episode 83, we did Henry and Henry 2. I watched this one again. I watched it twice. I watched it once regular, and then I watched it with the commentary. And I gotta say, man, like, this is one of those movies that, again, I liked it more on the rewatch. Not a ton more, but I definitely seemed to enjoy it more. I kind of got into the psyche of the characters a little bit more, even though we talked a lot about that, about how well done the performance of, the serial killer by Michael Rooker was, and just how well directed, and just this voyeuristic look at the film. And I stand by all that stuff we said in the review. But the commentary actually opened my eyes to a little bit more things. Like, Moods, I remember me and you said in the review, like, how much we liked the opening of the film. Like, right away, I believe something I said was, right away in the opening, I knew I was instantly going to like this film because of how, like, artsy and awesome it was.
Yeah.
Cool thing I found out in the commentary by, of course, the director John McNaughton, who is, for some reason, he's one of those masters of horror that we were like, why is this guy a master of horror? He only did Henry.
Yeah.
But he mentions that they were trying to figure out how to open the film. How do we open this film? How do we open this film? What the hell? Like, how do we do it? And then they were looking through a lot of true crime books and a lot of books on Henry Lee Lucas and a lot of photos and crime scene photos, and they came across this picture of a girl that he had apparently killed, and it was a girl laying in the weeds naked completely, and the picture was like kind of facing towards her. She's almost in like a fetal sort of position, and it was labeled Orange Socks Girl because they didn't know her name. They never found out her name. Just Orange Socks Girl. And he was like, that's it. That's our opening. And that is the opening that you see. It's Orange Socks Girl laying in the weeds. And I just think that is just brutal, and it's, that's why that, like, worked perfect for the opening. And there's tons of cool stuff in the commentary about, like, their thought process behind the film. They even talk about if they were to do a sequel, what it actually would have been. Because they did talk about doing a sequel. And the idea for the sequel would be to follow Henry after he gets arrested and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And because he became a fucking celebrity, essentially. He was like the first, like, larger than life, like, I'm getting famous off of this serial killer shit. That, first person to ever do that. He was, because one, he kept saying that he killed more people than he actually did, and, like, the police were just trying to, like, solve murders. So they're like, all right, you killed this one in Phoenix? He's like, oh yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah. And they, like, go to Phoenix, and they take him there, and they give him cigarettes so he'll talk, and they give him food, and they put TVs in his cell, and he was living the good life in prison, where much more people actually cared about him than they ever did when he was, like, just walking the streets. Very interesting concept that they could have done with a sequel to Henry too. And they talk a lot about that in the commentary. There's also a great little feature on there called "In the Defense of Henry and Appreciation," which is sort of a defense of the film, because this film was very controversial when it came out. It was very I believe it was even rated X at one time. Because this Blu-ray is not rated. The film was rated X when it came out because just the violence and people were pissed and people that were in the film or like audition was like no I can't do this. It's just too graphic and stuff like that. Has Joe Bob Briggs up on there breaking it down, talking about Henry. A bunch of people are talking about Henry in these special features. This of course is coming to us from Dark Sky Films. 30th anniversary Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer transfer is outstanding. I think it's took from a 4K transfer, I believe. 4K scan. Obviously, we reviewed Henry already. My rating did go up from an 8, though, to an 8.5, so I'm getting close to the moon. So, yeah, I did a 9. Fantastic release. Like, if you... Because I just had the DVD. This is a great release. If you want to upgrade, like, I can't recommend upgrading if it's not like a film you absolutely love, but it's a great movie. It really is. It's a staple of 1986 in the 80s in general. So I'm sure we'll be talking about Henry again on the show sometime in the future, being 1986 and all. But yeah.
Nice.
Sweet. It's good to hear that transfer's good, though. It's exciting.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Like it's a great release. It really is. Like maybe the cover art could have been different.
How's the reversible?
It actually has a reversible cover art.
I was going to say there's reversible.
Yeah, it looks good as well. It's a little too cartoony for my liking. I don't really like the cartoony stuff, but it's dark.
Okay, so the film I watched next is one I've been hearing a lot of like interesting, mostly positive things about, and this film, of course, is The Good Neighbor.
Oh, this is on my list of films I need to see before the end of the year.
Yeah, I won't give a lot away about it, but I'll explain certain things.
Be very light on this one. I don't want you to influence me.
Alright. So, we're introduced to our main two characters, who are named Evan and Sean, and they're doing like this school project where they are psychoanalysts. Fuck, I can't say the word right.
Psychoanalysts?
Yeah, psychoanalysts about like scaring people. So
Annalisa. It's like you're saying Anna, Alyssa, like two girls.
Yeah. So
continue.
So they end up doing the school project where they decide to set up a fake like haunted house, and the person that they decide to do this to is actually Ethan's across the street neighbor, whose name is Harold Graney, who's played by Academy Award nominee and awesome actor James Caan, who when you first meet him, he's kind of like a very quiet, lonely man, and then the stuff started happening. They actually set up like equipment and fake scares tactics throughout his house and cameras and stuff while he's not in the house, so they can see his every move. And they start doing like their little fake like haunted house experiment, and videotaping him, and then once they do, they start to learn a few more things about him, and they get this kind of like suspicion that he might be onto them, and they might find out that they might be fucking with the wrong person. That is all I'm going to give away about this film, because this film has a lot of like spoiler heavy stuff that goes with it. Now, the film itself is more of a thriller. It's more of a thrill type scenario where we try to figure out this mystery that's going on throughout it. And there's a lot of things that overwhelm with its characters. There's a few slow parts of this film with like character development with certain aspects of Sean and Evan's relationships between themselves. And I gotta say, the best part about this film is James Caan's performance. The mystery with his character, and when we finally find out what his character is all about and the actions that his character does, it really aspects with the whole rest of the story and his interactions, and it dwells into the ending of the film, which I did like the ending of this film. It was one that I kind of saw coming because of certain scenes that happened in the middle of the film, which I don't want to really spoil for those who haven't seen it.
Like an overabundance of foreshadowing?
Exactly. That's a lot of foreshadowing what's going to actually happen in the film. But I did enjoy it. It's actually a very decent watch film, and I do kind of recommend it if you're a fan of like thrillers and just James Caan in general. It's a very interesting film. So I'm going to give it like a solid 7 out of 10.
Oh, okay. Little lower than I was hearing, but maybe I'll lower that one to the bottom of the stack. I'm looking for top 10ers here.
Really? You were hearing higher on that one? Huh.
Yeah, I was hearing that it was top 10 material.
What? Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're getting all your advice from what, Exploding Heads guys?
Well, no, I don't. I mean, they had that on the list of films I should maybe check out, but I've seen it on actual top. I've been doing a lot of research in actual top 10 lists now because it's getting to that time. So yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen it pop up here and there. There's lists are starting to filter out a little bit. You know, they're starting to come out, but not too many so far.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been kind of avoiding them. I mean, I'm obviously a little bit curious to see what people have on there and stuff, but
well, the way I do it is like it's crunch time. I only have, well, for us, like I only have a month left. Most shows only have 15 days or so left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, what are the most talked about movies? Because I need to see those.
Yeah, I hear that. Q. All right, here. Next up is a film from the year 2000, and it is called The Doorway. This one right here's got Roy Schneider's actually in this film. Believe it or not. What happened to Roy Schneider? Why is he doing films like this? This is crazy talk. Yeah, it's a really low budget type film. Basically what the premise is these 4 college students are looking for a place to live. They come across this very, very rundown type deal. The landlord says, you guys can have this place for really cheap if you kind of fix it up and stuff. And of course they accept it because they're broke themselves. So they move into this place, fix it up, start living there. But what they don't know is that this place was actually built on like a gateway to hell. And it's haunted by one of the previous owners who, previously there was a house built on this thing too, and it burned to the ground and stuff. This previous owner used to hold like these crazy, like 100 years prior, these crazy orgies, and she used to like summon up demons and have sex with demons and shit. So, but now she's haunting this place, and and that's the storyline of the film right there. So, my thoughts on this one? Wow, man, this one right here has like so many fucking cliched moments in it. It's just like, it's like they just took all those major cliches from all these type of films, just kind of put them into this film. And it's just, it's so bad. This movie's so bad. It's just awful, man. Right from the acting, like the acting all around is just atrocious. Everyone in this film just sucks, man. All underacting or overacting and shit like that. It's just like the interactions between people is so funny because the acting is so bad at times. You're just like, why would you react like that? It's just, oh my God. But then, the whole storyline's ridiculous with this kind of like this witch type character that was summoning up demons and having sex with them, and she was killed, and she's haunting this place and stuff. But she's like this really aggressive demon ghost thing that's like trying to have sex with these guys and stuff, like with these humans, and she's like haunting this place. It's just out of control, ridiculous. The effects are really, really cheesy in it too. Super low budget. You can tell this film was done for like probably $50,000 or some crazy thing. But in step Roy Schneider, he basically played. Well, I mean, once the characters figure out like that this place is actually legitimately haunted, they go to seek out someone that can do something.
You're saying fucking Rob Schneider.
Yeah. So once
Roy Schneider.
Yeah, Roy Schneider. And so when they legitimately find out, they come to the conclusion this place is like actually haunted, because of course, you know, in the film they're all denying the fact this place like can't be haunted, blah blah blah. It's all that cliched moments and shit like that too. So they find Roy Schneider's character, who is like he's kind of like a demon slayer. He wrote a book on paranormal activities and things like that and stuff. So they go and seek him out, and he comes to the house to like shun the demons out and stuff, and then all this crazy shit happens. It's like really, really bad. Like even Roy Schneider's actually pretty bad in the film himself too. You can tell like he was just every time he delivered a line, he was like, well, just remember you're getting a paycheck out of this. So it's kind of like one of those kind of like total throwaway performances and stuff. Oh my god, like everything's bad. Even the music in this film is bad. Like even the music sucks. The score is terrible. It's very kind of generic. It's almost like it was taken from the vaults of like the studio or something like that. It was just really bad and stuff. But man, just not a lot. Awesome. Oh, it was fucking so bad. I was laughing, man. Even the wife was downstairs watching. She's like, this movie sucks.
Why did you do this?
It's terrible. I'm like, why do I torture myself with these movies? This is fucking brutal. But, yeah, and then, you know, the third act in this film is just beyond ridiculous what happens and stuff. Actually, there's one really funny moment with Roy Schneider's character, like what happens to him and stuff. I thought was actually kind of funny. But, all in all, just a total disaster right from the start to the end. It was good for a laugh, but I mean, holy dude. Like, this is the type of shit that I watch. I torture myself. I really do. I'm going to give this one a 3.5 out of 10. It's pure shit. Not check out this one. It's fucking garbage, man.
Potential jalapeno.
I'm gonna give it a 3.5 because there was a couple funny moments, unintentionally funny moments. I actually laughed out loud at. But my god, those effects, so piss poor.
All right. Moving along here, staying in the 80s again. I mean, I was just on an 80s-a-thon, dude. I have The Blob, 1988. This is the Blob remake, of course. I was watching this, and you know, this one I got on Blu-ray, actually, from Umbrella Entertainment out of Australia. So, if you're a fan of The Blob, right? If you're a fan of The Blob and you don't want to, you know, buy it from those we don't speak of, then this is the key right here, right? I mean, Umbrella... it says region B, but I assure you it is region free. So, if you're interested in picking up The Blob, grab it from them. But, it's a great movie. It follows a tiny California town, that has a couple high school students, one played by Kevin Dillon, one played by Shawnee Smith from Saw fame, named Brian and Meg. And basically they are, you know, kind of just doing teenager things, asking girls out, going on dates, you know, driving around, and basically this goddamn meteor comes out of the sky, and there's this like old like homeless like hermit looking dude who's chilling there, and he decides to fuck with it, and this fucking gooey blob shit gets all over his hand. They take him to a hospital. Pretty much eats his body like an acid sort of thing, and grows bigger, and then just starts terrorizing the town. We follow different characters who are getting eaten up by the blob as it gets bigger and threatens the entire town. Meanwhile, you have the kids who are kind of like, you know, they're the ones who know what's going on compared to the adults. Throw in some crazy military style things going on there, and you have the blob. I was telling Moods when I was watching this, I was like, man, I think I like the original Blob as much as this one. And he was like, huh? But it's true, man. Like, I like both of them a lot. Like, both of them are great. I like the original for, you know, at the time it was very original and just, like, interesting. And I don't know, I kind of like the almost, like, after-school special of the original, like, where it's, like, these, like, like the bullies and like the good kids, and they all work together to save the town at the end. You know, I don't know, it's just like that. This one though, man, the effects are just fucking brilliant, and it looks great on Blu-ray, and it doesn't even hurt the effects, which I look at them and I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? Like, it's like a goddamn magic trick. Like, I honestly don't know. Like, you know, you watch a movie and you see, like, Jason get smacked in the head with his machete and his head slides down. It's like, oh, I don't know how they do that. It's a fucking fake head. And, you know what I mean? But, like, the Blob, it's like, how the hell did they make that guy go through the fucking sink? It looks real. You know
awesome.
And, like, the Blob is so big, like, even when it's, like, huge, like, and it moves, like, fluid, like, how it would look if like something with this mass like slid down something. It's odd, man. It's really cool. The only like minor complaint I have with the Blob remake is I feel like the military is super fucking cheesy on this watch. Like the costumes that they're in with the like breathing things and the scientists, like it just looks like almost like a parody of like what the military looked like in like 80s movies or something, you know what I mean? Like it's a little cheesy, and honestly, like I don't care about that stuff either. Like I just feel like it's a little bit of a detour that I don't care for. I do like that it's a little different than what it was in the original, so like I guess like if you're gonna remake it, maybe add a new spin on it, so there's that. But at the end of the day, it's a special effects film, and it's awesome. And I like Shawnee Smith and what's his name?
Kevin Dillon. I like both of them as well. The Blob is good. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10, really? Wow.
What would you give it?
I'd probably give it a 9.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, honestly, the extra point is strictly for Kevin Dillon's plumage there, man. I mean, his mullet is just beautiful. It's so beautiful.
I remember way on an early episode, like, I was like, what the fuck is it? A bird with a crystal plumage anyway? And, like, I didn't know what plumage meant. You, like, yeah, you might have even referenced, like, Kevin Dillon from the Blob, like, his plumage, you know? It's ridiculous.
That's what Moods was thinking, like, the first time he ever saw the bird with the crystal. Is it Star Kevin Dillon?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Okay, so the next film I got is actually a very interesting film, and of course it's released by Intervision, who, if you know, Intervision is a sub-label of Severin. And when they first started out, like with Sean video type films, like with the Burning Moon and Sledgehammer. Then they started to release some other type of films like the Badger Game and documentaries and the Bruno Mattei films. And this release right here was kind of like going back to that sub-label's roots with Sean Video. And this one, of course, is called Phobe, the Xenophobic Experiments, from 1995. Have any of you guys ever heard of this?
Yeah, it's like a Canadian classic, man.
Oh. So when it doesn't really give you a synopsis on the back. It gave you like a little cool facts about the film. This film is directed by Erica Benedictly, I believe that's how you pronounce her last name. Yeah. And this film was like, she was like part of like this cable TV program, and she made this film on the side with like friends and family. And the film was only made for $250 Canadian. When I was like doing like the subdivision of what that would be like today, it's like $189 US. So I'm like, oh, cool. And very low budget filmmaking, and this actually aired on like Canadian cable TV, I believe. Like the whole story. But what this one is pretty much, it's more like the sci-fi like / action thriller type deal. We're introduced to like these intergalactic soldiers, and the main one that we're introduced to is Sergeant Dapp, whose main goal is to hunt these creatures known as phobes. Well, a phobe ends up escaping the lab and the generals that he works with, and he gets put on the case to go try to find this phobe, and it leads him to the planet Earth. And what we know about these phobes is they're like created by the government to be like super soldiers, and that they were made to produce asexually, so they actually could reproduce by themselves. Then we meet our Earthling character, who's Jennifer, who's like this young girl in high school. And on the way home, she finds like this weird-looking rock, which she ends up picking up. Then what ends up happening is she becomes target of this Phobe. And when we find out that rock that she picked up was the Phobe's egg, and it has a scent on it, and trying to get the egg back. So Sergeant Japp ends up going after her too, and they end up meeting and trying to survive and trying to figure out how to stop this Phobe from taking them out and destroy the egg in the process. That is pretty much most of the plot of the film without going way too into the ending. Now, this is a low-budget shot-on-video type film with a lot of like low-budget effects. Of course, it was only made for $250, but a lot of the effects actually look kind of cool for like. It wasn't what I was expecting. Like with like a budget with that, they actually have some cool like effects. Like they have like a scene with lightsabers and shit, and the lightsaber effects actually look good, and a lot of like pyrotechnics with like. You could tell, like, some of the scenes, it's like a Roman candle inside, like, instead of, like, an actual, like, rocket, but it looks kind of cool and it works for the effects. And, you know, like that shitty, like, Sci-Fi Channel fire, but I'm going to hold that accountable because it is a low-budget, it's an extremely low-budget film. But
no, that's not even low budget, that's a no-budget film.
Yeah, no-budget, do-it-yourself filmmaking. But I could see like this type of film, and it looks really cool, like with the aspect of like it being shot on video too. And I had fun with it. I won't lie; it's a very fun and blasting film with like the effects and the cheesiness of Sergeant Japp with his mullet and his like weird like he has like these weird like filmy like sunglass type things. And we find out later why he wears the sunglasses throughout the whole movie. It has to do with like the Earth's atmosphere that makes his eyes glow, and it has like a cool like eye glowing effect that happens later in the film. Now the Phobe itself, the way I would describe his look is he's kind of like a mixture of like a roided out version of the Prowler. With like when you actually see his face, he kind of looks like a mold that they use on the Planet of the Apes films, like the old ones. But you don't really get to see his face throughout it because he's wearing like a riot gear like helmet for most of the film till the very end. It's a very cheesy and low budget film, but it has a lot of heart in it. I have to say, with like the filmmakers, you could tell that they had fun making it and they wanted to make a movie to the best of their abilities and with the budget that they had, and it shows. And it's a hell of a lot of fun. I actually had a lot of fun watching this one, so I'm going to give it a solid 6 out of 10.
Nice. Yeah, I've always wanted to check it out, man, because it's kind of like, I don't know, it's one of those underground Canadian classics or whatever.
And the funny thing is, a lot of like the actors in it, you could tell like they're no-budget actors, but they're from Ontario, so they talk with like that Eastern, like...
they got that accent.
A boot. Yeah, but they, some of the actors are trying to hide it and shit. But it comes out still.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Good stuff. All right. Next up here, we're going to take it all the way back to 1942 with a film called The Undying Monster. This one was also released on the Kino Classics line.
Oh, this is the one that JP said looked like Teen Wolf on the cover.
Yeah. Because I said, oh yeah, this one looks awesome, man. He's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look good.
Well, is it good?
Well, let's find out. So... The Undying Monster from 1942 basically is about these people that get this rich kind of, how do they describe it, aristocratic English family. The film opens up with these characters that they get attacked by some unknown figure, monster. They don't really know exactly what happened and stuff. And of course, they have no idea what happened, so there's the police kind of step in there and stuff, and they explain to them that something attacked them, they don't know what happened, and these people take it upon themselves that, they kind of look into the history of this place and stuff, and they go, well, there's a little bit of history here. There's like this legend of this, potential, monster that kind of roams these hills and stuff like that. So they take it upon themselves to actually move into this family's castle to do the investigation and get to the bottom line of what happened to these people and stuff. So that's what they do. It's like the funniest moment in the film too. Like, well, we're just going to move in. I'm like, what the fuck? Who just moves into their place? during it for an investigation. But so that's kind of strange. And then of course the film progresses from there and plays itself out. Yeah, this one right here is a really, really short film. I couldn't believe it, man. I was watching, I was like, okay, what the fuck? I checked the time, and I'm like, this movie's 63 minutes long. And it really does show because, you know, of the times, 1942, this is definitely, you know, a typical type B film from 1942. But it's one of those type of films that feels like it's 2/3 of a movie. Now, we have our, you know, our core incident that happens in the beginning of the film, and that's where it starts. So it's almost like it's missing like the first half an hour of character build-up and, you know, telling of this backstory and things like that. It just kind of picks up right there and kind of goes. And it really old films sometimes feel so strange and so jarring when it seems like it's just picking up in the middle of the film. It's very awkward to watch, but still very enjoyable, man. I gotta say, man, the acting in this film, really good. The main police officer, whatever, the investigator, is just, he's one of those type of characters where he's just like, no shit, no, he doesn't take any shit from anybody. All the lines that he spits in this film are just so calculated and so abrupt and just to the point and everything. It's just such an awesome character, but it kind of plays itself out like it's just one big investigation, you know, like this and that, you know, this and that. Of course, all these characters are all, you can feel pretty much throughout the whole film that these characters are hiding something. They don't really want to tell these police officers the, you know, little bits of the truth and stuff like that. So you kind of got like that kind of mystery, kind of thriller elements in the film going on and stuff. I will say though, it is very predictable in exactly who or what the monster was. You know, and it plays itself out exactly how you would think it would be and stuff like that. Very abrupt ending. You know, the ending kind of happens and it's just like over. You know, like all the old classic Universal films, right, JP? You know, the ending happens in 5 minutes.
They happen to pull a lever and a castle falls.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what happens. It's got like this very kind of charged investigation, and the ending just happens, and it's just like, oh my god. But yeah, no, it's still a pretty fun film, I have to say. It's definitely worth it just to watch the investigator. His acting and his lines that he spits in this film is pretty good stuff. But I wish there was a little bit more development in this film. I wish there was an extra half an hour onto it, or, you know, an extra 15 minutes or something in the beginning of the film to kind of introduce these characters so you get to kind of know these people and stuff, because the things that are happening and, you know, you learn things about this family and stuff throughout the film, but it's just, you don't feel like you're involved with their story or their characters at all in this. And, you know, it's obviously due to the fact that this was made as a B film purposely. This was the feature, you know, on, you know, that was shown after the main bill, right? But, you know, all in all, it's not a bad film. I would probably give it about a 6.5 out of 10. It's pretty decent. You know, it's very, of the times, you know, the music is very studio music and things like that. You know, like all these type of films have that same kind of feel and tone to them. And, you know, they all have that very generic type soundtracks and stuff. It's all there. It's all present. But I will say, man, the transfer on this looks fantastic. It is in full screen. Apparently they shot this one in full screen. So, but it looks really fucking good.
So it's on true full screen?
No, it's not on true full screen, man. Just not a whole lot to say about this movie. It's just so short. It's just crazy short.
Yeah, it's one of those short, like...
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say though, man, it's just so jarring. You know, do you guys ever have that when you watch these older films from like the 30s and 40s? Don't you feel like there's like a whole section of some of these movies that's missing?
Some of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually... Their third act was not a whole act. It was just like a wrap-up.
Depends on the film.
I just feel like the movie just starts, like it's already into it. Like there's already an attack happening in the beginning of the film. You're like, what the fuck? Like, who are these people? Who's getting attacked? Where'd it come from? Like, where are they?
With those sort of movies, I do feel... With those sort of movies, I do feel like they're missing, like, certain, like, third act stuff.
But this one's prevalent in it because you're just like, who the fuck are these people? Like, what's going on and shit? And then,
but say it's like a movie like Alfred Hitchcock's Rebecca. That's a different story. That's a pretty...
Yeah, but that's Hitchcock, dude.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it depends on the film.
Mm-hmm. True that. But yeah, I give it about a 6.5 out of 10. It's a pretty decent watch. It's just very fast watch. So.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're jumping the gun there, bud.
Yeah, jumping the gun, Derek. I got one here from... Actually, this is kind of interesting. This might be the, I guess, first watch of 2017. Because
Really?
this film is not yet released in the United States, and it doesn't have a plan to between now and the end of the year. So I don't know if this will count as a 2017 release or not. But I guess I'm not going to count it as 2016 since it's not released over here yet.
Look at this guy, man. He's so worried about, getting all the 202016 films watched, and here he is watching 2017 movies. Jesus
I know, right?
Christ.
I didn't know
Overachiever
until
much.
after I watched it. Right? It's called A Night of Horror, Volume 1. And this is courtesy of Umbrella Entertainment. It is a horror anthology. And essentially, it's 10 stories in a movie. I think it's like an hour and 40 minutes, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, which seems about what most anthologies are nowadays. Anyway, I'm not going to go through every story because honestly, I don't remember them all. I remember one of them had to do with a girl like snooping around her apartment. She kept hearing noises. The very first story I thought was kind of weak. I didn't really. It was like kind of artsy and just I don't know. It wasn't a good opener in my opinion. But the third story is by far the best story in the movie to me. It is fucking scary. Like it's actually scary. It's one of those movies. It's one of those shorts that like it's very simple. It essentially follows a woman who's a coroner in a morgue, and she's basically just there with the night watchman, and basically there's a cadaver, and she keeps noticing like, oh shit, like this cadaver looks like it moved a little bit or like it switched positions, and it's like, wait a minute, and then you're just like, it just escalates and you're like, holy fuck, that's scary, right? It's like good visuals, actual scary stuff. So that's the best story. I believe that one was called Point of View. There's another one that follows a girl on a train. That one's alright. There's another one that was probably my second favorite. It follows a plastic surgeon who is like working on another like girl working on her plastic surgery, and basically the doctor's plastic surgery starts like malfunctioning, so she starts taking the plastic. It's kind of like a body gross out stuff. That was pretty cool. And honestly, like the rest of them don't stand out there. I think there was a zombie one in there. I've seen a couple reviews on this film once I was trying to figure out when it came out, and people seem to like it a lot. I'm not quite as high as the other people. That one goddamn story was like so good to me though. Like I actually rewound it and watched it again because it was like creepy as hell. So that's the one that stands out. But it's kind of up and down. There's only like 2-3 really good ones, and then like a bunch of mediocre ones. Not really any bad ones though. I'm gonna come in at a 6.5 out of 10. I do recommend checking it out once it comes out, in the US, because it is an anthology, and I know people like anthologies a lot. But that one story is definitely worth seeking out. It's awesome.
Nice.
Q.
That has a cool kind of look interesting when you showed it off, like the cover art and stuff. I remember when you showed that off in like your unboxing and that you did.
Yeah.
Curious, huh? Okay, so the film that I actually got to choose to review next is actually another 2016 one. I'm doing a lot of 2016 watching, as you can see. And this one I've been hearing a lot of very positive things about, and this saying best horror film of the year, and that of course is The Conjuring 2. Of course, directed by Mr. James Wan. And this one, of course, returns Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga from the previous film as Ed and Lorraine Wilson. It's pretty much Warren, my bad. Jesus. Yeah, Ed and Lorraine Warren is the future adventures of them after the previous film. This film is set up with them, and we first meet them, and they're kind of distraught and wanting to not really. Lorraine doesn't really want to continue with the cases anymore. I'll get more into that in my final thoughts of the film, but they end up introducing this case that is actually happening in Enfield, England, where this young family is being tortured by like the specter as the previous family from the first film was, and it's up to them to end up going back to Enfield and going to England and investigating this case and seeing if it's real and facing this spirit that's invading this family. Pretty much the main plot and storyline, like pretty much basically kind of like the first film in a way. My thoughts on this one, I really love the fucking opening of this film where actually they kind of mention Amityville, but they don't fucking really go into it. It delves into like what was going on, and we're introduced to the Amityville horror and the DeFeo case. I love how they mentioned that in the beginning of the film. Really aspects of like Ed and Lorraine's relationship. I really like Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga in the roles of these characters because they are real people and they do have like these heartfelt like scenes with each other, and it's really well and pure, and you can figure out if they're really a couple, especially after doing two of these films together. Really love the acting relationship and the way their performances are. As for the film, it has a lot of great like moments in it. It has like a great soundtrack and a lot of cool like scares that really did kind of scare me in a way. But unfortunately, some of the scenes had a little missed opportunity, in my opinion. There's one scene that kind of let me down in a way, and it involved like this weird like dog like transformation. That's all I could describe of it, and it kind of brought me down to like a 1.5 in the film. But I really do like a lot of the actual like moments and the stuff that goes down with the film, and I do like the character of Janet, who's one of the young girls. A very heartfelt performance by the young actress that plays it. So for me personally, it's a really good like horror film, really solid watch. I'm gonna give it a solid 8.5 out of 10.
Q.
Yeah, that's a movie that's the one. I have 2 rewatches that I'm doing before 2016's over, and that's one of them. The other one's The Witch. Those are the only 2 that I could see my rating changing significantly on. I like The Conjuring 2 a lot. I don't understand the people who don't like it but like the first one, because I'm like, they're the fucking same movie.
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing happening again, just in a different place with
Don't get me
slightly
wrong,
different
I did like it. It's still a very recommendable rating.
Yeah. James Wan's the shit, man. He
Yeah,
just has
he's
a
really
style.
Yeah, I recently watched it too. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
That's what I gave it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Definitely not as much as I enjoyed the first one. But this one had a couple moments in it where I literally bursted out laughing. Like there was one scene just with the fucking the old ghost thing. Oh my god, just what comes out of his mouth, fucking I started howling, man. It was like, seriously? It made me laugh so hard, but I don't know if that was was obviously not it was obviously not intended to be like funny, but it just caught me off guard. Like ridiculous, but no, it's really well done. It's well done, but I don't know, man. There was just certain elements to it that I wasn't feeling as much as the first one, but
yeah, like that one scene that I talked about, it killed it for me, kind of.
Yeah, there was a couple scenes actually. I was just like, what? Like, what the fuck?
It's still a good film, though.
I do like the Amityville references and shit like that.
You gave it the same rating you gave the first one, so I mean.
Yeah, I mean, really? I gave the first one an 8? No, I had to be.
Did you? I'll look it up.
No, I think I gave it the first one higher than that, but no, the effects and shit were really fucking good in the film, though. Really good.
No, you gave it an 8.
The first one?
Yep.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so.
I remember your ratings better than you do.
Funny. Okay. Anyways, yeah, The Conjuring 2, it's good. It's good. You know, some people are really fucking high on it, and you know, I've even seen The Conjuring 2. I think on 2 lists already. It was number 1 and number 2 on a couple different lists I've seen already this year. So.
Oh yeah, I know 3 lists that it's in the top 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not making my top 10. I don't know. We'll see, but we'll see.
The top 20 at least.
Zach's I can just hear him right now, fucking screaming at at his computer. What the fuck? These guys are idiots. Keeps claiming it's the best film of this year, but I don't know. We'll see.
One of the best.
It's definitely one of the best films of the year. Don't get me.
Whether it'll make my top 10, not sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind
I
of
need
where
to
I'm at too.
rewatch it.
That's where I'm at. I
It's
mean, there's only 10 spots.
top 20 for me. It's right now.
Oh,
it's
it'll be in my top 30 video for sure. Just
Yeah.
placing up, but whatever. All right, so next up here, man, we got one. I think the actual year on this is 2015. Yeah, I think it's from 2015. Just came out this year, and it is called Bunny the Killer Thing.
Oh yes,
I got this ridiculous edition from Raven Banner. It's like so crazy. 3-disc edition. Fucking comes with all these awesome postcards and shit. Limited. It's called the Limited X-Rated Pussy Edition. It's so awesome, man. I can't believe this movie got this type of release here. It's just ridiculous, but basically what we have here is we just have like a group of people that are heading out to this cabin to do some partying and shit like that. And it's such a jarring thing too, man. Have you guys seen this movie yet?
No.
You guys haven't seen this yet. So
No, it's Film Rise.
yeah, it's so jarring because what we have here is we have like a group of like Finnish people. This is, by the way, this is a film from Finland anyways. So we got this group of Finnish people, and then we have this group of like British people. So what we have here essentially is a lot of back and forth with language in Finnish, and then we got English, right? And it kind of goes back and forth. And some of the characters go between speaking foreign and English and stuff. It's really kind of strange how they do it. But anyways, this group of people, they head out to this cabin where they're going to do some partying and shit like that. And all of a sudden, this huge, giant, half human, half bunny comes out of the woodworks and swinging its cock, and it's on the rampage, swinging its cock, literally like a helicopter, and yelling pussy, and it ensues on raping women and killing them, and that's pretty much your fucking film. Until the crazy ass third act in this film, which is just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but it's entertaining as all living hell. So what we have here is we have a lot of like characters, and there's like a lot of characters in this film actually, and a lot of weird interactions with people and stuff. We have some we have some kind of like almost gay moments in this film and stuff, but yeah, essentially you kind of get the backstory of this, how this bunny was created in the beginning of the film by these mad scientists and stuff. Something went wrong and it created this crazy fucking killer rapey bunny. And but I have to say, man, the effects in this film are funny as all living hell too, man. It's pretty gory, it's pretty nasty, and it's pretty offensive too. I mean, if you're not into like laughing at rape and shit like that, this is probably not the film for you. But the effects were actually pretty good. I was very very surprised at how good and gory and shitty it was. But the bunny is nothing less than a guy wearing a fucking wool suit. That's all it is. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But
with a Tommy Lee size cock.
It really, man, with like a fucking 2.5 foot cock. But it's nothing more than that. It's just a dude in a fucking bunny suit. It's absolutely ridiculous. But it kind of adds to it because essentially this movie's a comedy. Of course it is, right? As for the comedy in the film, it's not really actually that funny. I think the funniest shit is when the bunny swinging his cock, yelling fucking pussy and shit like that. But as for like a lot of the interactions and the other jokes and things like that and stuff, it's not like hilarious. It's not really that great as a comedy itself. And in fact, a lot of the stuff I wasn't really even enjoying that much. I just couldn't wait for the bunny to be on screen yelling pussy and swinging his cock. It was like the funniest thing. I was pissing myself laughing at it. It was just so ridiculous. But so you have a whole pile of this stuff, all these characters and all these kind of weird fucked up moments. Like there's this one scene in this film where this chick is puking. She gets all fucked up and she starts puking in this toilet, and then instantly this dude's holding up her hair or holding back her hair and stuff. She gets up from the toilet and they start making out, and I'm like, that's fucking disgusting. Why would you tongue a chick right after she pukes? That's gross. It was like fucking disgusting. And there's like these other weird moments in this film where this chick she starts going at this other chick and she's all passed out and shit. It's just so fucking weird, man. But anyways, so 2/3 of the film, yeah, you got this rapey bunny and shit like that. Then the third act hits, and then all this crazy shit starts happening, man. Like, you get introduced to like these mad scientists and this pop star that has been abducted, and she's found in the trunk of this car, and like all this other crazy shit that's going on. And I'm like, why is this shit happening? Absolutely ridiculous, man. It's so fucking ridiculous, the shit that's going on. But, overall, I had a fun time with this movie. It's completely ridiculous, over the top. And it's not as low budget as I was initially anticipating this film to be. I thought it was going to be like, one of those films that just, fucking Massacre Video kind of puts out. But it really actually did have some pretty decent production value to it, so that was kind of funny. Obviously, the bunny suit was intended to be silly and ridiculous looking and stuff. But I have to give it up to him, man. It was shot really well. There's this really awesome, really well shot scene of this bunny kind of standing on this hill. And just the colors and everything that's used in the scene, it's just really well done. Actually, there's there is some well done stuff in this film, considering how ridiculous and retarded this movie actually is. But I do recommend it, man. If you can just not take this film serious and just kind of roll with the punches and what it's delivering and stuff. I'm not really too sure what the hell they were thinking with the writing and the way they kind of took it into the third act. I don't know what they were trying to do here, but for me, it made it even funnier. I was just like, oh my God, I've never shook my head so many times at a fucking movie lately. But all in all, it was pretty fun. I give it about a 6.5 out of 10. It was definitely worth the 90 minutes. And it was actually a lot longer than I was anticipating. I thought this movie was going to be like 75 minutes, some low budget shit. No, it's like 92 minutes or something like that. So it's ridiculous. But check out Bunny the Killer Thing, a.k.a. rapey big penis killer bunny. I don't know, man. Movie, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God.
Andy gave that like a 9 out of 10.
Really?
Oh,
no shit.
So
Jesus
that's crazy, dude. It honestly has. I wish honestly some of the comedy between the characters and stuff was a little bit funnier, but like some of it came off pretty bad. Like I don't know if it was. It's not even the translation either. I think it's just the way it was, but I just was not finding a lot of the shit that funny until goddamn Bunny appeared on the screen, man. Shit was that funny.
All right. So I believe that takes us into the final stretch of the show, which is our segments. I believe I'm going first, since I was going first in what we watched.
Yes, you were.
And this is an interesting segment. I don't know what I would call this. I guess it's a closer look at, but it initially was going to be a pick of the week. But I guess it's a closer look at. So a closer look at. This is a segment in which I take a look at a special edition, some kind of collector's edition, special features, stuff like that. Not just reviewing the film, but reviewing what it contains as well. Typically it's a Scream Factory or an Arrow or something big like that. And in this case, it is an Arrow. It's coming to us from Arrow, and it is really, really neat. It's the Hills Have Eyes set right here, the collector's edition. This is the Hills Have Eyes, obviously from 1977, I believe. 77 Hills Have Eyes, 77.
I think so.
I believe so, yes.
We covered on episode 57, which was shortly after Wes Craven's passing. It was the director's spotlight. Me and Moods reviewed it pretty, in depth, and I watched it this time, and I gotta say, man, the transfer is fantastic. It's Hills Have Eyes have never looked better. I agree.
Transfac's amazing.
Oh, it transfers so good, dude. I put it on. I was like, holy crap, man.
Yeah, yeah. And, after coming off of Vamp and C.H.U.D, and I was like, you know what, man, like, these transfers on Arrow are disappointing lately. And then, like, I pop in fucking Hills Have Eyes, and I'm blown away. And I watched this, and, honestly, like, this is... I've said this many times. I go back and forth with the Hills Have Eyes. Like, sometimes I absolutely love it, and then the next time I watch it, I'm just like, it's the Hills Have Eyes. And this is back to I absolutely loved it again. Like, it was so awesome. And I just watched this, probably like a little over a year ago at this point or whatever. And maybe less than a year. What episode was it? 87? 50? What was it? What did I say it was? The Hills Have
50.
Eyes.
53?
So it had 50. To be. I don't know. 57 had to... Feels like a while ago. I don't know. Anyway, it follows a family who get sort of broke down along a desert road, and basically the hills are filled with cannibals who are assholes and rape and kill and eat, and they steal the baby and kill the family, and it's up to the son and daughter to sort of figure things out, and they have dogs, Beauty and Beast, and they have to survive against this mutant family. I'm not going to go into the review too much. Like I said, we reviewed it on 57, but I thoroughly enjoyed the film this time, more than maybe I have in a while. But this edition of The Hills Have Eyes, mark my words, you can quote me right now, you can bring it up to me anytime, there will not be a better version of this film ever. You know how as collectors, this was real big in maybe, 8 or so years ago, where when everything was like still kind of just DVD mainly, I guess it was longer than that, but it was about like, what edition can I get? Like, I want the best edition, what has the most special features. It was about editions. Well, this release is about the edition. It's once again, it reminded me of like that old time where it's like, okay, like, you will not improve this edition. Like, Wes Craven's dead, you're not going to get any more shit from him. You already have, tons of stuff with this edition. It's in an awesome box. It has a booklet, a poster inside. It has a ton of special features. 2 brand new commentaries, an old commentary with Wes Craven, making of documentary, which is awesome. Family Business, a brand new interview, never before seen outtakes, alternate ending, which is actually presented in HD as well. You can watch it in HD with the 4K restoration with the original version, or with the alternate.
Very surprised about that.
Yeah, because that's usually not the case, right?
Oh, totally not. You never
get
alternate endings or alternate anything and presented in that good quality. That was a nice touch.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, like, this is the definitive like edition of The Hills Have Eyes, because you can't add much to it. The story's been told, the commentaries have been done. I don't really see a purpose to make another edition ever. Like, I don't know what you can add to it, because this pulls special features from that original Anchor Bay 2-disc collector's edition that was the standing good edition to get. It has a lot of features on there, so it pulls those and it adds new features. Like I said, Wes Craven passed away. You're not going to get anything else from him. So if you're one of those people who like, just like, okay, I like The Hills Have Eyes and I want to own it the best way possible and never have to worry about getting it again, this is the edition to have. The only way that this edition could be improved upon is if it was released in a 5-film box set or 4-film box set with the original, the sequel, and the fucking other 2 remakes. Like, that's the only way. But I doubt that'll ever happen. I did listen to the features and the commentaries and stuff. Oh, it also has 6 postcards, by the way. And I was listening to the commentary, one of the new ones, and it was crazy. Like, I learned a few new things. Like, for one, Ruby, the actress who plays Ruby, got the role pretty much by it come down to like 6 people, and Wes Craven was like, well, we need this character to be able to run, so I guess you guys run to the end of the block and back. And they all took off running, she just stood there, and Wes Craven's like, oh, I said run, and she's like, oh, I know, and then just took off, because she was like a track star, I guess, and fucking that's how she got it, you know what I mean? Just ballsy like that, which is pretty cool, because she ran and passed everybody up. And then there was a crazy story that I heard. I guess one of the dogs had died, one of the German Shepherds.
Oh, really?
And they told them to go get the dead body so that they can use it as an effect and like cut it open. And they wanted one of the actors to do that, and they were like, no, I'm not doing that. And so like somebody else did it. I don't know if that footage made it in film or not, but that's fucking kind of weird.
Well, did they say what happened to the dog? What the fuck?
I think they said it drowned or something. I don't remember. I don't think it happened at the movie. I think it happened like offset, like somewhere else.
Oh, crazy! Fuck.
Which is unless I misheard that story, but that's what it sounded like to me, man. And it was they did kind of talk over each other a little bit. Michael Berryman was on the commentary, and man, I like that guy. Like, I just wanted to be like, yo, you're a hero, dog. Like you're an awesome dude. Like, because like you had all this stuff wrong with you, like a million different, like 30 different birth defects or like 50 different birth defects or some crazy shit like that.
Really?
Yeah.
I never noticed. I never noticed.
What a dick. But yeah, he was, he talked about like how he became an actor and so, and that's cool, man. Like he's an awesome dude. He seems super genuinely nice too.
Everyone I've ever talked to that has met Michael Berryman said he's just like a sweetheart, man.
Yeah, which is awesome to know. Like that's cool to me. And they talked about how that rattlesnake was a fucking real rattlesnake, and like, well, obviously you can tell in the film, but Ruby actually picks it up. Like they're like, yeah, you just want to grab it here. Like it seemed like very guerrilla filmmaking to me, man. Like I don't know what Wes Craven was really doing, but he probably didn't have the safety in mind of the actors. But fantastic edition, dude. Like I was pretty blown away with this edition. Arrow Video, like top notch release of The Hills Have Eyes.
And that box, you could literally beat someone to death with.
Yeah, and it has like a interesting feel. It's not like smooth like their normal boxes. It's kind of like
it's kind of textured a little bit.
Textured, like kind of feels like something different. I like it. But yeah, Hills Have Eyes box set. Not really a box set, but I mean just the super edition. Really edition good edition. Really good edition. So. Yeah. By the way, I give Hills Have Eyes 8.5 out of 10.
Nice. Good stuff, man. Okay, since when we were preparing for this, what we watch, JP kindly asked, figure out a segment for yourself. So I was thinking about it for like the 2 weeks and what would best fit me as a segment for myself. I know JP likes his closer looks and his horror 101s, and Moose has his Italian Stallion. And the most general thing that I like in like horror and stuff is I'm actually a big fan of Asian cult cinema. So my reviews and my segments going to be based off the Asian cycles of films that I've seen and ones that I would recommend to people and ones that I would watch and not recommend to people also, of course.
It's your Asian invasion. Yeah.
No, it's my taste of Asian persuasion.
Asian persuasion. I like it. That's good.
Yes. So the film I chose for my first Asian persuasion is a film that I actually started watching a while ago. I never got to finish it, so I was like, why not get it out of the way and give it a watch? And this film is, of course, titled Kotoko from 2011. This film, of course, is released. I don't actually think it has a U.S. release here. I actually have the Third Window Films edition. If you don't know, Third Window Films are a company in the UK that release a lot of like cool, interesting Asian cult cinema titles to Blu-ray, and this one's no particular. This one, of course, is directed by Shina Toscamato. Have you heard of him at all, any of you?
Nope.
I believe so, yeah. Yeah.
He's known for directing films such as Tessio, the Iron Man, A Snake of June.
That's where they know the name.
Yes. And he also does a lot of the things surrounding his film. Not only does he direct this film, he writes it, he edits it, he shoots it, he's the cinematographer, and also he usually stars in most of his films. And he's also known for like his acting roles too. Most famously,
okay, just hold up one second. It must be hard to actually shoot a scene when you're acting in it too. That's
he's like the director. Well, he's the director of photography.
I know.
Like he sets up the scenes, and when, like certain scenes where he's like not involved in like the camera shots, he actually does the cinematography himself. Shows in like the making of documentary.
Yeah.
But interesting with his acting career, he actually starred in a few famous films as an actor that he actually didn't direct. Of course, Ichi the Killer, directed by Takashi Miike. And he also was in Marabito, which was directed by Takashi Shimizu. Of course, most famously known for directing Ju-on. But very interesting roles and actors. And he's also in the new Godzilla film that just actually, well, getting more into that in a later episode. But this film also stars a singer and songwriter, Coco, who actually also does the music for the film. And this film introduces Kotoko, who's actually a young mother who has a young boy, a single mother raising on her own, and she has this unknown mental illness where she actually sees double, not just of things around her, but mostly of people. And one person that she sees is like the happy version, and the other person is the one that's going to threaten her. And she sometimes doesn't know which ones are real in the present time and moment when she sees them. So she ends up outbursting violently in the middle of like stages, sometimes with her son in hand. And what ends up happening is her mental stability and her reason. Oh, I forgot to mention, she's also a cutter. She likes to cut herself. She like cuts herself and washes her bleed and stuff. But what ends up happening is her mental stability ends up making her so unstable that she actually loses the rights to her child. And then the rest of the film is pretty much her trying to stabilize herself. And we introduce to our next character, Tanaka, who's actually a writer, who's played by Shiina Tasukamoto. And the majority of the rest of the film is their journey together in the relationship that they form. Now, when I describe, it doesn't really sound like a horror film.
It sounds boring as fuck.
No, it's not.
You know, I bet you if it wasn't Asian JPB all over it, he's like, ah.
No, but it has like a dramatic sense because you're really following this person with their mental stability and their unknown mental illness, and we see this mental illness through their eyes. It's not like told like very narrative style because you're following this person with this mental stability, and there's a lot of like great images. Of
stability or disability?
Stability.
Stability, yeah.
Okay.
Again, in the words of Jeremy, "Fuck you, JP."
I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah, we're following her.
Mental stability. That works.
Yeah.
Continue.
And the way that Shiina Tasukamoto actually shoots this film is very chaotic. It has a lot of like weird, like shaky imagery and very dreamlike sequences where we actually go into Kyoto's mind. And of course, actually, the very gifting thing is the way that Kyoto doesn't actually involve her mental illness to affect her is she actually sings and it actually loosens her mind, and they use that to their ability because they hired Coco as the singer. And it's a very heartbreaking film with a lot of weird and crazy body horror shit that happens in the middle of it. Of course, Shiina Tasukamoto, no stranger to body horror with Tessio and A Snake of June, and all his other films, Nightmare Detective, all involve body horror in a way. This one is no different. And the ending of this film is very heartbreaking and heart-wrenching, the aspect with its characters and the study. And it makes you cry and feel for this character. And another thing, there's a lot of fucking great gore that happens in the middle of this film, too. Fucking head explosions, fucking insanity and chaoticism. And it's just a very emotional and draining experience when you're watching it because you feel for this character and you enjoy it for the most part. I did like the camera work and the cinematography, and the music is beautiful. Very elegant film. I'm going to give this one a solid 9 out of 10. Fucking amazing filmmaking right here. Shiina Tasukamoto hits it out of the park again for me.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Cool. All right, so that leads me into my Italian stallion. Yeah. I feel like I haven't done one of these in a long time. I think it's been a while. I don't know. But coming from a Italian director that I really enjoy, man. I just wish that he didn't die so tragically. And I wish he had a chance to make more films, but this one right here is from 1976, I believe this one came out in 1975, and it's called The Night Child, also known as The Cursed Medallion, directed by Massimo Dallamano. Yeah, he was, this one came out in 75. He got killed in a car accident in 1976, which kind of sucks, but, you know, he was a really awesome filmmaker, man. I mean, he didn't really do that many films up until the time of his death, but who knows what he would have done after, but he's responsible for doing the Black Veil Elisa. Have you ever seen that movie before, Derek?
I haven't. I know all of Relisa.
Yeah, Olive did release it. I've heard nothing but good things. Like, it's one of the best giallos of the 60s and stuff, and I gotta check it out. I recently picked up Dorian Gray, his version from 1970, which I haven't checked out. But, of course, he's most famous for directing What Have You Done to Solange and What Have They Done to Your Daughters, the sequel to that movie.
Yeah.
Those are just fucking fantastic films. Really, really good.
Plus, he was a cinematographer before that with Sergio Leone.
Yeah, that's
did
right.
all the spaghetti westerns.
That's right. Yeah, and then he branched out into his own films, but was killed in a car accident in 1976, but totally sucks. But yeah, so The Night Child, basically, well, actually starring Richard Johnson, of course, from
R.I.P.
Zombie. He went on to do Zombie a couple years later, which we just reviewed, obviously. But yeah, Richard Johnson plays Michael Williams. He's a documentarian. I think he's working for the BBC is what he's doing. Anyways, he gets sent to Italy to do this documentary on art and stuff like that. Before he goes, he actually gives his little daughter, who's played by, what's the little girl's name? She's in like tons of Italian
Nicolette Emily, I believe is her name.
Nicolette Emily, that's what she's like in...
the redhead chick from Demons.
Yeah, that's right, the little redhead chick. Yeah, that's right. She's in a bunch. She was in Deep Red, I think, also and stuff. So
yeah, and Baron Blood.
Yeah, Bay of Blood and shit like that. She was in Baron Blood too, isn't that right? Yeah. But anyways, yeah, she plays the daughter, and he gives her like this medallion or whatever, and of course this medallion is actually it holds like the soul of like this murderous kid or whatever and stuff. So essentially, what happens to her is she gets possessed, and then shit starts kind of going down while they're in Italy and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty much the storyline of the film. Now my thoughts on this one. This is a really, really kind of slow-paced film for Massimo Dallamano. Like, generally, his movies kind of move at a decent pace, and a little more exciting and stuff like that. This one has its issues, man. Like, I can see what they're kind of doing. This one's playing on the coattails of, obviously, The Exorcist and other films and stuff. I actually even seen someone reviewed, I was just kind of scrolling through here, and they compared Richard Johnson to Gregory Peck in fucking The Omen. And I thought that was really interesting because The Omen didn't come out till 76. They're like, yeah, like this is, he was ripping off The Omen and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about, man? This movie came out before, so that's kind of strange, Derek? I mean,
yeah.
Why would anyone even write that down? That makes absolutely no sense if this movie came out before. But anyways, but yeah, essentially what you're getting here is a possessed kid type film and stuff, and totally playing on the coattails of The Exorcist and among films and things like that. Just not done as good as he probably could have done. I mean, honestly, this is definitely no awesome giallo type film. It's got its moments in this one, but the thing about this movie that's kind of jarring is that I think they put too many flashback scenes into this film. Like,
I agree.
They really did, man. The flashbacks are just happening all the time. I understand. See, what has happened here, basically, Richard Johnson's wife was killed in a tragic accident and stuff, and his daughter witnessed it. So that's where all these flashbacks happen. She's being haunted by her mother's death and things like that and stuff. But it just keeps happening over and over and over again. And it's like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to the actual, core story of the film where she's being possessed by this medallion and things like that. These flashbacks almost seem like time filler to me. It's really fucking strange, like how they did it and stuff. You agree though, eh, Derek? Like,
yeah, way too many flashbacks.
Way too many flashbacks, but they don't add anything to this film. If anything, all they do is take you out of the film even more, because you're like, I've already seen that flashback. I've seen this. I get that stuff. And, you just want basically this little girl to get fully possessed and then start tearing up shit and stuff like that. But the thing is, there's no mystery in this film whatsoever. There's a scene where he takes along his his nanny and stuff. Anyway, she ends up getting killed in this film and stuff, and it's done from a point of view, like a POV shot and stuff. And then, like, is it supposed to be a mystery on who did it or what? Because we blatantly know who the fuck killed the nanny in this scene. It's like, I don't know, it's just not really Dallamo's best filmmaking whatsoever. Like, I don't know if that was supposed to be a mystery. I don't really know what the hell is going on with that whole scene, but and I found the whole end of the film, the whole third act, to be a little bit anticlimactic too. I mean, the way the resolution in this film really didn't pan out to be exciting whatsoever. I mean, I'm not going to give it away if someone wants to check this thing out, but I'm just like, are you kidding me? That's how this thing gets resolved? I'm like, what? I mean, that's all you had to do? I mean, I don't know. This one has its moments. Richard Johnson's good in the film. I think the little girl's actually pretty good. She's, I think it's a little funny actually at times because I just love how she's playing a possessed girl and she happens to be a ginger. I mean, she's already soulless, so it kind of fucking cracked me up right from the start of this film. Like, no fucking,
I never even thought of that.
Yeah, no, I just like, oh my god, I wonder if they cast her purposely, that little soulless ginger man should be perfect in this role as a possessed child. Fucking loved it, man. But no, I thought that was actually pretty funny. But otherwise, I don't know, man. There's a lot of things going on in this film. Like, you have Richard Johnson's character, of course, and like all like these girls that are like falling in love with him and stuff. It just seems very bland to me, the whole story with him and his documentary, like doing the art and stuff, and everything about this film is a little bit bland to me. It's not terrible, it's not horrific or anything. Honestly, this one has some of the better dubbing in it, though.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
It honestly does. It's crazy. It's actually right on. The ADR is pretty good in this one, but all in all, it's an okay watch. It's above average. It's just nothing mind-blowing. Definitely the worst Massimo Dallamano film I've ever seen, which I've only actually ever seen 2 or 3 of his other films, to be honest, but the ones that he directed himself. But I don't know, man. If I had to rate this one, I'm going to give it about a 6 out of 10. It's okay. It's decent for what it is and stuff. It's got some pretty decent moments and stuff, but I think there was a lot of missed opportunity, especially with body count in this one. I think the one scene where the nanny gets killed and stuff, that was okay. Not a bad stunt actually here, like in the water and shit like that. It was kind of brutal actually, but I think there was some missed opportunity actually for kills in this one also. You reviewed this film, didn't you?
I did on Body Bags. I think I gave it like a 7.
You gave it a 7? Wow, crazy.
Well, I was really revenged with the visuals of the film. That was probably the highlight of it. Like when they had like long car rides and you see like the whole landscapes. Because Dallamano does know how to shoot a film because he was a cinematographer.
100%. That's probably the best thing about this film.
And I did like the music and shit too. I did like the soundtrack.
Actually, the main theme song to this film is actually quite catchy. That's something I didn't mention. Actually, the music is really good. Besides Richard Johnson, he's awesome in the film. I think the best thing about this film is the way it's shot. The cinematography is good. I mean, the locations that they shot in Italy and stuff like that are really, really, really nice.
I think I gave it like a 7.
But I mean. Yeah, I mean, the core story of this film is just not there. It's really uninteresting. I think the execution is just so poorly done. I mean, leading into the third act, I was just it's honestly a little bit boring, to be honest, like throughout the film. So
I dragged into lots of parts, especially those flashbacks.
Oh yeah, it drags, and then you get these flashbacks. You're like, oh my god, stop with the fucking flashbacks, and we get the point. So, but anyways. That is going to conclude my Italian Stallion and this episode. We're done.
Yeah.
We just reviewed 27 movies.
Did we? That's old school. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's
epic,
man. That's fucking crazy,
I had
dude.
9 more that I could have did.
So, what other films did you watch that you didn't get to?
I didn't get to. My next one would have been Winter's Tape All.
Oh, darn. You should have done it. I reviewed that on Minishot. Fucking that's fun shit. Right
also, The Darkness, One Night of Fear, Yoga Hosers, Fear Inc., Nightmare Before Christmas, Holidays, The Boy, Trash Fire, and I think that's it.
Okay, so a little brief on Holidays. Yay or nay?
I liked it.
Oh my god, you did not.
I swear to God.
You liked Holidays? Oh my god, it was so bad. It was terrible. Really one of the worst films of the year for me. Oh, I thought it was horrible.
No.
Yoga Hosers. How much did you hate it?
I liked it.
What?
Yeah.
The fuck? Really?
Yeah.
I liked it.
Unbelievable.
I gave Yoga Hosers and Holidays the same rating.
See, off the top of the show, you said pretty much every film that I watched I actually enjoyed. I'm like, I don't believe that. That's crazy, man. Crazy shit. I had a couple more here. I did watch The Conjuring 2, which I kind of chimed in on that one right there. I watched The Boy. I know you've seen it, JP. We're kind of.
I seen it a while ago.
Yeah. I had mixed feelings on it. I thought it was predictable. JP didn't think it was. And then I watched Heebie-Jeebies, the slasher film.
Like you said it yourself. it could have went one of two ways. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how all of those movies go. He's either real or he's not. Every single
But I was
doll
really
movie
hoping in
goes
my
that
mind.
way.
I was hoping in my mind it was going to be something completely different, like so fresh and like.
Yeah, I
Not-
mean,
not like
I
Housebound.
can't, I can't say
wanted
that I've
some-
seen that done before, though, dude. Like,
Housebound?
not with a
Well,
doll, though.
Well, the doll aspect. I mean, you take the doll out of this film.
That
and
was
it's
different.
essentially-
That was something different, which I thought was pretty cool. You know, normally with a doll film, like, it goes exactly one of two ways. And this one went that one of two ways, but slightly different. Yeah. And I
don't
was
know,
like,
I just
oh,
had-
this is kind
I
of
had-
cool. It had a moody atmosphere.
Honestly, it's a little bit of a tough movie to review because you don't want to give away the reveal or anything. But
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I
Derek.
thought there was some pretty good performances. I thought the cinematography in the film was really good. I thought it was shot like so well. A lot of really creepy moments and stuff. But I don't know, man. It just once the reveal happened, I was just like, oh, okay.
Like,
But
I
then-
didn't,
but then
I
you-
didn't have
but
the
then-
beef with it at all. I was
You
like-
kind
I
of
was
think
like, oh, that's
you
cool.
kind of think back on the reveal a little bit, and then don't you find that there's obvious plot holes in it though too? I mean,
Yeah, the same plot holes that were in Housebound.
yeah, but Housebound had a little bit more. But it's more of a comedy though too, man. It's a little more forgiving, to be honest. This movie's straight up serious. There's things that are happening in it that honestly would not be able to happen. Let's just face it. It just wouldn't happen that way.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean,
because it just can't happen without someone like noticing. Like I don't know, man. I just kept thinking of that in my mind after the reveal. I was like, no, I don't know, man. But I mean, it is what it is, man. What did you think with Derek?
I gave it like a 6. 6 point.
And JP, you gave it. What did you say? You gave it like an 8 or something like that?
7.5.
I gave it 6.5. I thought
Yeah.
it was enjoyable. It was good for what it was. I was entertained the whole film.
There were some creepy moments.
There was, and you know the whole doll aspect, and you know it's that doll that they used though, creepy fucking looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job with the doll.
Yeah, the doll was awesome, man. It was good. So
But honestly, like, you know, out of all the ones I watched, like, my least favorite out of all of them was probably The Darkness. Just because it's so bland and just by the numbers.
yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. Actually, that's from this
Yeah, I
year.
haven't seen that one either.
But one of
right.
the highlights, though, man, the highlights were definitely Winter's Take All.
Yeah.
Fear Inc. was a really good one that I enjoyed a lot. And probably my favorite out of the bunch was Trash Fire.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that one?
No, it's on a list to check out. Hopefully I can
Fire.
see what's there.
Trash Fire can probably be a contender for a lot of people in terms of top 10. It was I just really liked it. I was just with it.
Gotta check
Yeah,
those out.
That's sweet.
So that's it.
That is gonna do it for episode 96 here. What we watched for. Hope you guys enjoyed it, man. That was a lot of films. It was actually
A lot of fun.
It was fun to do, man. It's been a while since we've done something like that, and I'm sure JP is glad to get some of those screeners off his chest.
I got every single one that I've watched off my chest, so that was pretty solid.
Nice.
And I know that this episode's going to be a bitch to do show notes for. A bitch. I might need an extra day just to get them done.
Yeah, no shit, right? Because you're going to be having to do show notes like every 5 to 7 minutes.
27, right? 27,
Yeah.
just 27 timestamps just for the What We Watch segments.
So there'll be probably like 35 things to do or something like that. Intro. Oh my god, that's a lot.
The thumbnail.
Damn. All right, so yeah, that is going to do it. Derek, thanks again for helping out on the show. Another
No
great
problem.
talk.
I got to channel Jeremy on this episode, so it was pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
we trashed him a few times on the show, actually.
He said channel.
So Jeremy, yeah, but yeah, man, that was fun. I wouldn't mind doing another one of those, maybe in like another 4 or 5 months or something like that. That'd be kind of cool to do, you know.
Yeah.
So, but what do we got next year, man? Next episode is going to be the Christmas show, right?
Yep.
So we might as well, if we have not already announced what we're actually doing for that
We've
show.
already announced it last show.
I think we did, yeah. So we got Black Christmas, Gremlins, and Krampus.
Yes.
I know you weren't. I was completely happy with the picks.
Me
one
too.
film I haven't seen, one film I love, and one film that I really like.
Well, I've reviewed 2 of those films, and the other one I had no intentions of ever reviewing, so I don't know, man.
It's going to be odd, because I never thought I was going to be reviewing Gremlins either.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just one film I just...
What is your fucking beef with Gremlins? It's fucking Gremlins, dude.
No, I don't dislike Gremlins. I just had no interest in really reviewing the film because it's like Gremlins. Like, I don't know, man. It just seems just so obvious to do. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'm kind of hoping that I'm kind of hoping that, you know, maybe the second time around on Krampus will be a better watch for me, but we'll see. I guess we'll have to wait and see till next week, right?
Yeah.
Zang. All right, JP, take us the fuck out of here.
All right, homies, as I said at the top of the show, make sure you go out and leave us all kinds of feedback, all kinds of voicemails and stuff for these upcoming episodes. I need definitive top 10 lists so that I can average them together and have that ready for our top 10 show. I need show 100 voicemails, both your favorite horror movie, the best horror movie, and then the second voicemail being like, hey, it's episode 100, cool to be here. And then iTunes reviews, of course, man, those help so much, you have no idea. And Horrormino, we're on there. Instagram, we're on there. 22 Shots Podcast, Twitter. Also, facebook.com/group/22 Shots Podcast. Also, I want to thank Jason Lloyd for hosting the show on the Horrorphilia Network of podcasts. We need you guys to download our episodes so that we can fucking beat these horror fucking exploding head scrubs, man.
Yeah.
And
yeah, especially when they steal my quotes, like the Shelley Winters mask and the Kill Game episode.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Yeah. Brandon rips a lot of shit off.
Yeah,
he uses the same jokes over and over again, too.
I'm pretty sure I've heard him steal my jokes on show before. Brandon, you hear me?
He stole one of mine one time, too, and
yeah.
I told him that, and he's like, oh, yeah.
It's okay. I've stolen one of his or 2 of his before, too. But, anyway, all the good places, 22shotsofmoodsanhorror.com, dbouget83, mood616 on YouTube, 724-426-6665 voicemail line, and of course Double Shot J on YouTube. We're done, we're through, we're out.
Peace.